Boom. And we are live. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Today we're playing Genshin, and while Mirth Mouser couldn't join us, we will instead be joined by Loopy Australia, our regular chat member. Say hi.
Hi.
That'll
Yeah,
do.
thanks for inviting me on. I've enjoyed your playthrough. I didn't get to watch much of your Persona playthrough, but I've been watching since day one of Genshin. I've been really enjoying the commentary you and Mirth have been having. She truly lives up to her name. And yeah, I'm glad I could be here and watch this and commentate with you just for a little while.
Thank you. Yeah, Mirth had to make it to a job interview, I think, so she obviously isn't available today. So, today, in between play sessions, I did a bunch of exploration and discovered that, as it turns out, I am not going to be able to guarantee Adataki with money, because it's a hell of a lot more expensive than I did the calculations for.
This is truly heartbreaking stuff.
Yeah. I think I have enough to guarantee a 5-star, but that's not Ito. So I just have to get lucky.
Well, I know you were pretty serious about getting Ito. I know we discussed before the chat about you, getting a gun and robbing a bank, but
Yes, I plan to
no,
do that on Saturday.
yes, that's right. So yeah, it is a bit annoying. I know the roles can be a little bit stingy, but I think in the end it's good to really get any character because there are usually quest lines associated with them. So even though obviously you want to get Ito, I suppose anyone you get is good because it means more likely the next one will be him, and so on and so forth. So that's my optimistic take on it.
I don't really care a whole lot about, like, optimizing tier lists and shit like that. I just want to pick the characters I like because I like them.
For sure.
That's all of them now. I just have to go to the Adventurers Guild and then I can redeem the daily quests.
Oh, and I should just clarify for the chat as well, just in case anyone just wonders. I am working right now, so if I occasionally dip from the call, it's not me abandoning Yaoi. It's not me abandoning you beautiful, amazing viewers and your beautiful, amazing ears that are listening. I'm sort of on work time right now, so if I get any work calls, I have to dip. So I promise it's not me abandoning these quest lines or abandoning Yaoi. It's just 'cause it's midday on a weekday, so that's how it be.
That's alright. So, daily missions are one of the few regular ways to obtain Primo Gems, which are essentially the premium currency of the game. It's quite frustrating how little you get of them, though, since you only get 60 Primo Gems a day, which means you need to play 3 days for one singular roll. Not even a 10 roll, just one singular roll.
Wow. That is crazy.
Yeah. So I might get 110 roll out of the daily missions before Ito goes away. I think I'm going to be able to buy about 10-ish rolls with money. Like 10 rolls. And then the rest I'm just going to hope from shit I grind, hey?
Yeah, for sure. I was reading something interesting after the stream you guys did yesterday. I was reading something interesting on Reddit about the mathematics of buying singular pools rather than 10 packs, and how it actually works out slightly better because of the pity rate and the way that it resets. It's a little too complex to go into now, but there was a legit argument to be made for not buying the 10 packs of rolls, but instead just purchasing each one, just one roll, because of the way the pity mechanics work, and then when they actually reset. So definitely something to think about, going the individual pool roll.
That's really interesting. If you don't mind, would you be able to send that to me later and I'll check it out after the stream or something?
For sure. I will write a note to myself.
Okay, so now that we are on stream, I'm gonna get a bunch of these story quests out of the way. Because I'm trying to save them for on stream, but that limits the grinding I can do off it. So I want to try and get this stuff done now. I will say I don't care a whole lot about the story itself, but I figure I might as well record like the playthrough of the game.
Well, the story seems pretty generic. Like I wouldn't say it's a bad story necessarily.
Yeah.
But it definitely doesn't have any sort of secret sauce in it. It's very generic. I was going to say JRPG. Obviously, it's not a JRPG. It's a CRPG, I guess. I believe it's a Chinese game. But it's got those typical JRPG type tropes.
Honestly, the term JRPG means fuck all in 2021. Like, it's just...
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I totally agree. Yeah, it's one of those things where a lot of purists worry about that. But yeah, no, I agree with you. It's like, well, I honestly think that other countries can make JRPGs as silly as that sounds. And Japan obviously can make very Western style RPGs. If you look at things like Dark Souls and stuff.
And Western developers can make very Japanese-inspired RPGs. It's the same with anime. Like, the meme response is that Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best anime of all time because it's a cartoon by Nickelodeon that was so heavily inspired by anime that you literally weren't allowed to work on the staff without having seen, I think it was Fully Cooley.
Okay, that makes sense. And yeah, I do totally agree. Oh, hey, Kaya.
Yes, Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda.
God.
Look at him with his glorious hair flopping over his eye.
That eye patch.
Like me in middle school.
Could you spare a moment?
Yeah, what's going on there?
I wonder how he lost that.
No, I was gonna say, look at the schlubby guy just to the left of him. It's like that. The Kaya is like classic JRPG character, and then the guy that's like on the left of him is like us. It's just like this schlubby white guy.
I'm trying to get the best angle I can on his ass. He really doesn't have much of one, but that's honestly...
Nothing. He's straight up and down.
Nah, I can tell that he's got more than most, and it still ain't much. It's very disappointing.
Well, can you give us Paimon's butt? Is that an option?
But Paimon sucks though. Why would he want it?
No, she looks like she's wearing a nappy. It's a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean,
not the traveler, not Aether.
Why not?
Can you get the fat schlubby guy on the side?
Oh god, I can try.
Oh, see, this is okay. I feel good looking at this because this is realistic body proportions. I relate to this guy more than anyone else so far in this game.
Lol. It's the glasses, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's the glasses. And he's wearing he's got the inside of his pants are reinforced. I think that's because he's so chubby that it's like he gets chub rub unless he has that. See how they're differently colored?
I guess it's to prevent getting slashed in the legs with a sword. But then
you're probably right, actually.
But then they have the room to breathe near the crotch area because it's just not quite viable to have armor there, I guess, for obvious reasons.
If you're gonna come at me with an actual answer, I can't really give you a good response. If you're gonna give me an intelligent answer that makes sense.
Please, let us move to somewhere more fit for such conversations.
Oh, I'll happily move anywhere more fit for such conversations with you, Al-Qaeda.
Let's talk in the courtyard just outside headquarters. Come with me.
What's with the sneakiness?
Ooh.
It's for the charm and mystique. That's what it's for, Paimon.
Yeah.
Secret pirate treasure.
AKA booty.
I've got to say, I've been looking up how Arataki plays, and god, he looks like so much fun. You have no idea. It's insane how perfectly he feels like he's going to match my playstyle. It's like he was literally made for me. It's that level of connection, you know?
Nice. Awesome. Well, I'm keen for it. I'm keen for it. I hope the role is him for your sake.
This place will
That's what we're hoping. You never know, but that's fingers crossed is what I'm saying.
There's this gacha simulator on one of the websites. I think it's Game 8. I use it a fair amount for like Neo Twoey and stuff, but it's got Genshin guides too. It's got this simulator where you can like use the simulation of Arataki's banner and just roll for stuff and see what you get without
Nice.
and it'll like show you the stats of how many rolls have you done, how much money would this cost. Unfortunately, the money doesn't match to ours because it's not Australian, but
Yeah.
just do the math
That'd be
ourselves,
an
I guess.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, easy conversion. You can just Google it, whatever, 10 USD to AED.
Unfortunately, the cheapest microtransaction that'll give us a full roll is $46 AUD,
No,
which is
no.
nuts. I
That's
thought
a lot.
it was going to be 23, which is a hell of a lot more manageable, but 46 is a lot, man. Even one
Yeah.
purchase of 46 a week is a lot.
Yeah.
Tell us what it's about.
Yeah, you could buy a pack of cigarettes for that.
At least, but cigarettes won't give you sexy anime boys.
How should I begin?
No, it'll just give you cancer.
Hmm.
Let me tell you.
Basically the same thing, right? I mean, look at the internet.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Or you could smoke them while pretending to be a sexy anime boy. Just do like a hair flip. Like,
Or I could go for like one of those scruffy DILF anime men types, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
EY from Persona 5 or Hanakoma from Twoey.
yeah. Have you noticed no one usually smokes in JRPGs? Like, I think EY, he smokes, doesn't he? I think he's usually got a cigarette, if I'm remembering correctly.
I don't know
Yeah,
about
something in his mouth.
in-game. I think a lot of the art does and like the anime does, but in-game I don't remember it. It might be a lollipop. They might pull like a Sanji from One Piece and make it a lollipop.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. It's funny that they do that because, like, in East Asia or Southeast Asia especially, which I've been to, like, smoking is so much more prevalent there than in the West. So
And it's
amazing that they
already
never
prevalent
actually
here.
show it.
And it's already prevalent here. Like, I'm not
Yes.
Japanese, so I don't claim to have, like, a fuckload of knowledge on Japanese culture, but from what I've passively picked up over the years is that alcoholism and nicotine are very common in Japan. Like, you're
Yeah.
actively mocked for not partaking in those drugs,
Yeah.
almost. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy. Social pressure. What social pressure does to a MF.
It's kind of fun to point out to anime fans that Japan is not this mystical, magical place.
No.
It's got its own fair share of problems that just aren't the same as ours.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a lot of beautiful things about it, and I'm sure the people are super friendly, and it's lovely, and it's pretty safe for most street crimes. But like, well, there's carriages where women travel alone because they get molested so much. So it's like, well, clearly not
As
perfect.
a matter
But
of fact, my grandfather was a pirate.
But it's gotta be just like my Japanese animes. Remember when Persona 5 invented the fictional setting of Shibuya?
yeah, that was amazing.
God.
I can't believe they made Tokyo out of Persona a real thing.
Yeah, I still remember when there were Persona 5 fans who genuinely looked at Neo The World Ends With You and thought that it was ripping off P5 just because it was a stylish JRPG set in Shibuya.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
the first Twoey game came out before Persona 4, let alone 5. And there was
Yeah.
a big gap between those two games.
Yeah, for sure.
It's nuts.
Wait, why do you sound so blithe? Do you think I'm making it up? Look at my eye patch. I inherited it from my grandfather, and this is solid proof that we are related by blood.
How do you inherit
What
an
is that?
how do you inherit an eye patch?
That's what
Don't
I mean.
like does the dad stab him in the eye as a teenager and say, "This is family tradition. Here is my most
Yeah.
sacred heirloom. Treasure it with your
Yeah.
life." Like,
son, I have something for you. It's like, oh my god, what? He just jabs him in the eye.
God, imagine.
Good stuff.
How could you not know such common knowledge? This is no different from children inheriting their hairstyles from their parents.
No, it's very
That's
different.
just bullshit.
Yesterday,
That's
I was
retarded.
glancing through the books my grandfather left and stumbled upon records that spoke of a treasure.
Treasure?
According to his
God.
notes, the treasure
Paimon really is Morgana.
Acadian ruins.
The only difference is the fucking lack of the good voice actress. Because as much as I
Yeah.
hate Morgana, every other role that I've seen Cassandra Lee Morris perform has been fantastic.
For sure.
Great voice, horrible character. And most
Yeah.
of the few things I have to praise about Morgana are that the voice performance is very convincing and well performed. Because we
Yeah,
stand
for sure.
Cassandra Lee Morris.
We do. It's like, yeah, good voice acting, but you hate the character. That's sort of like Bakugo.
Oh,
Well, you're obnoxious
yes.
and I can't stand you, but your voice actor is very talented in
Yeah.
multiple different shows.
I forget who Bakugo was voiced by, but his voice performance is fantastic. I just hate
Well,
the character.
I was just gonna check because you're a dub watcher and I'm a sub watcher. Do you mean the English voice actor or the Japanese voice actor?
I almost always mean the English voice actor, unless I'm specifically mentioning it's a Japanese sub.
Oh, no.
I
Okay.
I default to English dubs personally. I think the overwhelming majority of people have this undeserved hatred of English dubs. Like, sure, we don't have, like, schools for it here like they do in Japan, but there's a certain value to experiencing media in your language that I think a lot of anime fans just don't understand.
Well, I don't hate dubs. I don't like them, and I won't ever listen to them. But I don't dislike them enough to criticize people that do, like some purists do. It's just not my thing. And yeah, so I was sort of referring to the Japanese voice actor. But the English one that you were talking about is Clifford Chaplin, and his name actually sounds super familiar to me. So I think he's done a ton of things. Oh, that's right. He's Kaora in Neon Genesis Evangelion.
He's Kaoru. Holy shit. That is... Is it like the new dub or something? Surely he didn't voice Kaoru 20 years ago.
I think it's the new one. Let's look. Yeah, Netflix dub.
Yeah, okay.
Well, not quite as impressive. Still, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. I know there were complaints about the dub, but I don't know if it was him specifically. I think it was more the stuff they took out.
Yeah, I never watched the Netflix dub or sub. I watched Evangelion before the Netflix version existed, but
For sure.
I think when you have a character so iconic in the anime community and you change the voices of them that everyone knows, it heavily affects it. It's like when you recast a character from one entry of a series to the next, like how it was incredibly jarring when they recast Lavender Brown in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince to suddenly be white when they were black in the previous movies, or brown, I think, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it's jarring. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it definitely is. I totally agree.
My grandfather's treasure is a sword, a magic sword that grants the wielder unrivaled power.
Let me just unzip my pants and I'll show you.
The sword was dropped from
Well, we
someone's
stand
into the
Kaya
sea
as well.
by a god.
We stand a lot of the guys in this game, actually.
By my
Yeah.
grandfather's crew by pure coincidence.
Ito's the number one because he has too many just fucking perfect voice lines, and I mean, come on. Anyone Max Mittelman voices is an automatic win. He is extremely talented and deserves far more success than he gets.
It's pretty good. I mean, I can't help but thinking, as I scratch my head, what other voice acting roles has he done that you were in love with?
Well, I mean, Ryuji Sakamoto, for
Oh
a
my
start,
God.
he's Ryuji, who is my favorite fictional character of all time, and he
There you go.
absolutely
That'll
kills
do it.
it. He does a fantastic voice performance for the entire game. He's got so many
Yeah.
great moments that are really elevated by his voice being as good as it is.
Actually, that's interesting. You know, the one thing I'll just say, by the way, and this kind of you just brought this to the fore. I was talking about how I never really watched dubs of anime, and that's true. But I have noticed with Japanese games where the original voice acting is Japanese, I actually prefer the English dubs. I don't know why that is. Like Persona's got a great dub. Not a dub, that's not really the right word, but it's got great English voice acting versus the Japanese one. Same with the Final Fantasy series, which I love. I prefer playing it in English.
Yeah, I feel like I have a potential explanation for that, and that's the game industry has more money to spend on its voice acting, so it hires better talent and better voice directors and gives them more time to work, which ultimately leads to a better product. Because anime is made very cheaply and very quickly.
Yes, and
Which
is
is
more Japanese-centric versus video games, which have got a complete worldwide appeal.
Mm,
And yeah, you're probably right. That actually does make sense. Never thought of it like that. But you're right. A Japanese game company is going to put tons of money into getting good English voice acting because they know that it's going to sell millions here. Versus an anime, it's like, well, just get some white person off the street and it'll be fine.
mm. Yeah, I've never played a game where I thought the English voice acting was too bad that I had to swap to the Japanese. I can't say the same for anime. With anime, I tend to watch a fair few more subs. A lot of the time that'll be because there's multiple seasons of a show and not all of them have dubs, so I want to keep it as the one consistent voice for the character. Or sometimes it'll be because one of the characters is just too annoying. Like, I watched Haruhi Suzumiya a couple years back, and the protagonist Haruhi was just too grating. And it's not that it was a bad voice actress, because they voiced characters I like, and well, they just... I hated them as Haruhi. Granted, I kind of hated Haruhi as a character, so that was probably part of it. But yeah, so that in cases like that, or where it's an incomplete dub, I'll watch the sub. But if it's complete and at least decent, I tend to stick with dubs.
Yeah, for sure.
Conflicts. My grandfather hid the magic sword. The world we live in is fascinating, full of unknown and inexplicable wonders.
Like how the fact that no guy in this universe has any arse.
That's just insane.
It's just straight up and down.
Treasure hoarders has been very active lately, and many ruins.
Well, you know the reason why is because all the women have stole them. That's why they all have gigantic asses and huge chests.
Granted, some of the guys have some pretty nice chests too. I mean, Ito's probably got the best because he's mostly shirtless and big titties, but...
Oh my god.
Like, I can't stress enough how doomed I was from the start when it came to Ito.
Yeah. Ticks a lot of boxes there. Oh, well, fingers crossed for the roll. Got my fingers crossed.
Yeah.
No guarantee, but we're going to try and remain optimistic. And we shall see.
I'll wait for your good news.
Hey, so what you think? Isn't it exciting? We're talking about a super...
Paimon, shut up with your exposition.
Well, let's go to the adventurers should know more.
Kaya's not in the conversation anymore, so I'll skip it.
Nice. Yeah, we're not interested in what you have to say, Paimon.
God, can I just say how satisfying it is to do that, like, dash off the wall?
Do it
like
again.
when
Show us again. What do you mean?
When you dash off of a surface, you get a shitload of momentum that carries you fast and moving. Because when you dash, that's what it looks like.
Yep.
And when you dash off of a surface, like that, that's just fun.
Like goddamn Sonic.
In before City Escape starts playing.
We're not here looking for a super...
Really should play a Sonic game at some point. One time, eventually.
Sonic Mania is probably your best bet then.
Okay.
Considering it's like a modern game, generally really popular, I don't think
Yeah.
I've seen anyone say that it's not the best 2D game, unless they're like very obviously a Sega Genesis purist, which aren't really
Well, the
worth
thing
listening
is,
to.
well, I was going to say I know this is probably a very unpopular opinion, but I actually like to look at the 3D games. I kind of want to play Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Is it Adventure?
Yeah, when it comes to the 3D games, there are some great ones and there are some really awful ones. Like, people generally love Colors, Generations, Adventure 2. Adventure 1 is less popular, but it's generally not seen negatively. I don't think you need to play Adventure 1 to know Adventure 2. I don't think it's that kind of sequel from memory, so...
Okay. Well, I guess I could probably play Adventure 2 Battle, which is like a sort of like a re-release. I think
Oh,
it was
yeah.
made
Play
to
the most modern version.
so-
This isn't Persona. They're not gonna
Yeah.
fuck you around with that kind of shit.
No, they're not going to take stuff out while adding stuff in because Atlas is run by insane people.
Oh, you're back. Do you have news for me?
God, I'm sad about Persona 3 in particular, because it doesn't have a best version. There are two re-releases, and both have exclusive shit that is worth choosing over the other. Like, it's really annoying.
Listen, we asked around the Avengers.
I mean, part of me wonders if that's really bad management or if that's super genius because they know people will buy it twice.
Why is that?
It's just, yeah, Atlas. I don't have really anything positive to say about Atlas, to be totally honest with you. Other than the fact they make good games, everything other than that is just like an embarrassing nightmare. Like, where are our PC ports?
There are some there are some incredibly talented staff that work on the things that Atlas produces, particularly when it comes to like composers and artists. People like Kazuma Kaneko and Masayuki Doi for art. Shoji Meguro is an absolute king when it comes to making soundtracks. Hidehito Aoki, Tsukasa Masuko, fucking so many people, and just... But God, the company sucks. Like, they really suck.
I mean, explain to me the logic of releasing Catherine and then releasing an improved version, Catherine full body, and then porting only the vanilla to PC, not the expanded, improved edition. It's like baffling. Like, why would you do that? It doesn't even make sense.
So where's this thing I'm supposed to be going to? There. Cool. Teleport. One thing I love about this game is how common teleport places are. Like, I know they're really common. I know they're really common in Breath of the Wild as well, but Breath of the Wild, most of the teleport places are shrines, and I'm just not as good at exploring in that game as the rest. Combat feels worse in Breath of the Wild because of weapon durability.
Yeah, for sure. Oh god.
They're level 5s. 2 hits. Couldn't even finish the combo.
Easy peasy.
Why is this happening to me? I shouldn't have helped him. Thanks so much for
Nothing.
Traveler.
Oh.
People in our circle.
We're just skipping dialogue now.
Yep. I don't care.
Sorry, NPC. You got nothing interesting to say.
So the clue.
Oh, that's right. There are events and shit going on. I should do them. They give me stuff.
Okay, good idea.
Inventory. Clues. Read. Cool. Event. Yep. Can't do that yet. I think I can do that in a few days.
Yep, you pause on it for a while.
Nice to meet you.
Test runs, on the other hand.
Oh my god.
It's time to test out the boy. I don't get to keep him yet, but...
Oh no. This is going to make it harder if you don't get him.
Yeah, but I get currency that can help me get him for doing it, so worth it.
Very true.
So yeah, normal attacks grant stacks of superlative super strength. When he possesses superlative super strength, holding the normal attack will allow him to perform a different type of attack. So he's got two different charge attacks then. Elemental skill deals AoE geo damage and hurls out Ushi, the young bull, who will taunt surrounding opponents. After using the elemental burst, he'll enter his Raging Oni King state for a period of time. Attacks are converted to geo damage, normal attack speed is slightly increased, attack is increased based off defense. Additional elemental orbs will drop during the trial event challenge. Cool, yep. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think.
Wow, that's a cool looking combo.
It is. Sorry, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 4. Cool. Now, one cool thing is that you can keep the combo going for a bit when you sprint, which is unique to this character, which is yet another reason why I think he's very much going to be for me. Also, titty.
I think I know why.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy who dashes around a lot.
Yeah.
So this is his charge. Here's his dude. Look at him. He's cute.
That's so cool.
That's a
Very
cute little bull.
He's a really great character design. I will say the character designs are all pretty good for most of the characters.
Who wants some of this? Hey, I wasn't ready. Attaboy. Coming through.
Well, that AoE attack is pretty cool.
I feel like he's going to be a lot of fun if I can get used to him. Of course,
Sure.
I have to, like, obtain him first before I can really get used to him, but a man can dream.
We'll see. We'll see. You never know.
Okay,
Hello, nice to meet you.
fuck, didn't mean to go back in.
Yep.
Challenge ended.
Challenge ended. Nice. But you got some rewards for doing it the first time, so that's pretty good.
Yeah,
How do you claim them?
like that.
Nice.
Now time to try out the other one, Goro, the dog boy.
Yes.
We have a second dog boy.
I'm more excited for Goro, to be honest.
Yeah, nah. Ito is just... nah. Okay, elemental skill deals AoE damage and deploys a field based on the number of geo characters in the party, granting bonuses to all characters within the field. Hold the elemental skill button to designate where the field will be deployed. When he casts his elemental burst, Goro deals AoE damage and creates a field known as his General's Glory. Okay, so... elemental skill is good, elemental burst is better. Use both. They give buffs. Boom.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh god, he's a bow user. Oh, I'm gonna hate that.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm over him.
At least he will be the best bow user.
Yeah.
Bow users are useful for specific things. He will be the one I carry around, but I'm not using him in combat much.
Yeah. Yeah, ranged bow users, just like, so boring to play.
Let's see. I don't have this character. What are they like? Oh, they're a fucking catalyst. Even worse. Okay, Kaya. I'm using a different character in the Goro test stage.
Nice.
Like, that just shows how little I want them.
Gotta say, I definitely think that would be a metric, because you know how they obviously record everything, right? I have no doubt that this would be a metric that they would record, like, oh, in the test stages, do people switch to their regular characters and use them to finish it? I think that's definitely something that the Genshin devs would look at.
I am doing fucking terribly here. What is the deal?
This moment will be frozen.
As a dutiful maid would.
Your life is mine.
Press the advantage. Pull in. Everyone on me.
Submit.
I'm only finishing this one because I have to. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry.
Oh god, one of these. At least it's not a shield one. I hate the shield ones.
Yeah.
I'm getting tired of this game.
Have you tried not getting tired of this game?
Get frostbite.
How about that?
No.
Dodge this. What's the hurry? Press the advantage. Advance.
I do like that AoE attack. I do like that, or the buffs or whatever it does. It looks really cool.
This moment will be frozen in time.
But in terms of his bow stuff, it's like, who cares?
Cool, it's done. I'm leaving.
Done. Yeah, I can't imagine you'll be using him much if you unlock him.
Hmm. At
As
least
you
he...
said, he might be the team archer, like if you specifically need an archer.
Hello, Netta.
Okay.
Sorry, what were you going to say? At least?
Oh, I forget, it doesn't really matter. At least he's cute.
He is. Okay, that's the benefit, I guess. You've got another archer, the girl with the big tits. So if you need an archer now, you've got a cute guy. So it's like, well, sorry, lady. The glass ceiling starts here. That's awful. I shouldn't say that. Sorry.
In before I get Goro, but not Ito in the gacha.
Yeah. And before you get fucking banned from making sexist ass comments like that.
Oh, come
It
on.
wasn't
I
sexist,
rolled
it
there.
was, it was commentary. Yeah, you did roll there. Damn, this food looks good. That's the other thing I'm surprised you and Mirth didn't mention when you went to the food menu for the first time. That food looks fucking good. Why did no one mention that? Look at it.
Because all anime and game food looks good.
Yeah, I suppose. These days, for sure.
These days. Are you an ancient boomer, are you?
I am. I am. Tell me the food from Final Fantasy VII, the original, looked good. There's goddamn 2 pixels across.
Anything in Final
right.
Fantasy VII looking good, other than like the
Oh.
intro cutscene with the zoom out?
classic. It's a classic, that cutscene.
Looks like you got the intel.
Everything else looks terrible, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Young
It's very impressive how much they managed to cram into that game for a PS1 title. Visually, it does not hold up in the slightest.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But as someone was there when it was released, even though I would have been like 4 or something, I recognize it as a achievement of technology.
Crabs have 8 legs. Hey, a windmill has 6 blades. So out of the 3, what would the other one?
Anyway, true fans know that Final Fantasy begins with 8, so no one at me.
Peaked at 8. Oh, that is the necessary traffic and controversy we need to boost this channel. Thank
I
you.
thought that'd be good. Everyone will get upset, call me a moron, and that's fine. But yeah, I like 8. I will constantly defend 8. The junction system was a little bit janky McGee, but like you cared about the characters a lot. You really, like, the characters were likable and well-rounded and interesting.
I think people would say that about every Final Fantasy except like 15.
Yeah. And 6, which is considered one of the greatest JRPGs of all time, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, people love it. I haven't played most of them. I've played a decent amount of Final Fantasy games and just do not get traction on any of them. The only one I've played for more than like 20 hours was 12, which I finished.
Which is barely even, that's like the least Final Fantasy of all Final Fantasy
Yeah,
games.
I liked it because it wasn't Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Even then, I still didn't like it a whole lot. I mean, Balthier was cool.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the combat system they were going for. I think it's jank. I think they don't incentivize using alternate attack types enough. It feels like most of the moves are weird and bad, and there's too much RNG and just bleh.
Well, it's like they want you to set your macros and just let the game play itself, which is like fine, I guess, but.
And this is
really
the one I
particularly
like the
engaging.
most.
Yeah, exactly. I know I've said this to you before, but honestly, I recommend the 13 series. I know you'll never play them, but I'm still going to recommend them to you.
Well, that's okay. I'm gonna recommend 13 Sentinels, Umineko, all of the Persona games, Twelly, and you're never gonna play them, but I'm still gonna recommend them.
I'm gonna play 13 Sentinels. I am gonna play that. That's literally on my list. I was gonna buy it the other day, and I was like, oh, it's PS4 exclusive only. And I was like, all right, well, I'll wait till I get a PS5 because I'll buy it for that.
I mean, do you have a Switch?
I'm sure it'll boost. I do not.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's getting a Switch port in April.
Oh, is it? Okay. I thought about it. We'll see. Come on, why don't nobody get PC ports anymore? Just put it on
Because
PC, and I'll download it on Steam. And
Because exclusivity deals are payful. That's not a word, payful, but like, you know what I mean. They pay.
I get what you mean. That's why, like, even though I've been a PlayStation guy my whole life, I really recognize and respect Xbox because obviously they're trying to get as many games that are cross-platform with PC as possible. So if you don't have an Xbox, they're like, that's fine, just buy it on PC. And obviously I get that you're both owned by Microsoft, that's fine. I get they're making money either way, but I like it because it's like, well, you know, I can play with my console friends.
Apparently the CEO of Xbox is like really fucking based, hey. He's like extremely pro emulation. He's hates NFTs. Like, I think the biggest problem with NFTs would be solved if we just invested in nuclear energy, but like,
her true heart is revealed.
Yeah. Wow, we've really going into a deep conversation. Energy conservation. Yeah, I agree. NFTs are insane, and I really don't get it. But with that being said, I said the same thing when cryptocurrency came out, and that turned out to actually be a thing. So I'm trying to be mindful of not criticizing NFTs too much, even though I think they're dumb. I said the same thing about cryptocurrency 10 years ago, and now people are like multi-billionaires from it. So it's like, well, I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth again, because I look like a real idiot.
A lot of
saying
people,
cryptocurrency would never take off.
yeah, a lot of people consider like, a lot of people consider NFTs to just be a way to do money laundering and shit for art, but like,
Yeah.
I think people don't realize that that's very much what the fine art trade is already. It's
True.
just digital
Very true.
now, which if anything is
that's
probably just easier now. Like, it really hasn't
Yeah.
changed a whole lot.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, you're right. A lot of people don't realize that about fine art. They oh, it's crazy. Someone paid $20 million for a painting, but it's not like some CEO's looked at it and it's gone, oh, that's worth $20 million. It's not really as black and white as that. It's usually about the obfuscation of money. As is so many things in life, not to get overly cynical, but it all comes down to money in the end.
Money, 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 money.
Oh yeah. I didn't say this by the way in the last chat, but that thing that just attacked you that you just didn't even bother to attack because they're like level 1. They look exactly like Swinubs from Pokemon. Do you remember Swinubs? They're like the ones that look like hedgehogs.
Oh my god, I think I do. I hate them.
Yeah, I know, but
They're
they
from, like-
that looks.
They're from like Gen 5, right?
No, Gen 2.
Oh. What am I
Yeah, I
thinking
know.
of?
I'm an old person. We've already established this.
I mean, Gen 3 was my intro, but that was
Yeah.
Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, not Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
I got into gaming
yeah.
in general pretty damn late. Like, I didn't seriously play games much until I was like 12.
Oh, really? I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Holy crap. Okay, that's interesting.
So my first console and shit were like the Wii U and the 3DS, which explains
Yeah.
why I got in so late compared to my actual age.
Yeah. That's interesting. I actually didn't know that. You've never mentioned that. Okay, I was kind of the opposite. I think I started gaming when I was like, I want to say 6 or something. I think I got my PlayStation 1. I started
'Cause
super early.
I-
And like all through that time, there were no breaks, like pretty much consistently 6, 7, 8, 9, playing video games, and then PlayStation 2. Yeah.
Because I played games occasionally before then. Like, whenever I would go to after school care, there would be like a Wii that we could play Mario Kart Wii on. But
Yeah.
it wasn't... I didn't really play a video game console often until I was like 11
Yeah.
or 12.
Yeah, it was something you did because it was there while you're at after school care or whatever. It wasn't something you deliberately set out to do at home.
My
With the
dad
purpose
had...
of-
My dad also had a Wii, but it wasn't... like, it was his, it wasn't mine.
But in all fairness,
Yeah.
this trip
So I didn't have a whole lot of games I was super into other than like Smash Bros.
let's go for like
And the Galaxy games. God damn, those Galaxy games are fucking incredible.
I was gonna say it's funny. Like there's an age gap between you and I. It's not ridiculous, but there is an age gap. But it's interesting to think that I think your generation are probably the first generation to have gamer parents, because when my dad would have been a little kid, video games weren't really a thing, or at least not to the extent they are now, where everyone does at home. Like there was arcades, and they probably had like whatever, Pac-Man or something, but they weren't like playing games hours and hours a week. I think your parents would be the first, like that generation, be the first to have kids and be gamers themselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah. My dad is very much a gamer.
Yeah.
It's part of why I have such a specific streaming window, because as soon as he gets home, he games.
Yeah.
So I like to give him time on our computer, because
Yeah.
while it is technically supposed to be mine, I like to share it so
He
that
pa-
he can use it.
He pays the rent, so he gets to play the games. I think
Lol,
that's fair.
yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's fair.
Must be underneath me. Where is this fucking thing? It's not down there, is it? Lower. Right, okay. Wow,
Oh, there
that's
it is.
hidden. Okay.
Nice.
This must be. Is it just me? Oh, Kaya's great. Oh, right.
This is a teleport. I think you just unlocked the teleport waypoint. I think it just said.
Okay, so I'm going through a dungeon.
Oh my god, is this your first dungeon crawl?
No, there's been a few. The story gave us a few to get these 3 characters.
Oh right, yeah. The ones that are like, yeah. They're like character-specific ones.
I haven't really unlocked any of the side content ones yet, because I'm not at a high enough adventure rank. But, yeah.
So did you see how, like, when you're in your character screen, like, most of them were similar levels, but you had a couple that were, like, level 1?
Mm.
There's a reason I couldn't play this, is because I'm so, like, anal that I'd want everyone to be on the exact same level, so I do the thing that you do in Pokemon, where you literally rotate them.
Yeah,
so
and
they're all, like, if someone levels up, you just switch them over.
Yeah, and the problem with this game is that you earn experience extremely slowly. You're supposed to feed characters books. Don't grind. Like, just don't. Not for experience.
Okay.
For
Yeah.
material drops and shit, sure, but, like, yeah. They're,
For sure.
Dodge this.
You reckon go the book route. Go books.
yeah. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
books are limited, because of course they are. Because they need to
Why
give you
would they?
reasons to spend money.
Oh, can you buy books in the store?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, game developers.
Because why wouldn't you be able to?
No, why wouldn't you? It's a good point. Well, they're right.
on.
I mean, look, the thing is, this is a free-to-play game, right?
Yeah,
So
it is.
I can give them way more leniency. Like, I don't like microtransactions. I don't like battle passes. I don't like anything like that.
Yeah.
So I'm an old person. So I remember when you bought a game, then you fucking played the game, and then you played a different game. But
Yeah.
I will give free-to-play games more leniency on these type of, like, things they do like that. It's like, well, you're not paying to play a good chunk of it. So it's like, all right, well, you can have your dumb monetization stuff. When you pay for games, $90 for a game, and then it still has MTX in it, and it's like, well, why don't you grundle my balls?
Oh my god, I can actually use correct prices with you and you'll understand them. Because you're Australian and not you're American.
Oh, because American, I think their games are like $60 for a new release, which is like the equivalent of $90 or
How
something.
about you let me take over?
It's like everyone on the internet though. Everyone's American. It hurts.
Sharp eye, but
True.
too slow.
Like, whenever people talk about price disputes and shit, I just can't participate, because I'm like, $60 would be a steal in our country.
I'm Izzard.
True.
Thank you.
Oh god, excuse
We've
me.
been keeping a low profile.
You would be my gang is, however. I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but your gang won't be participating
Sorry
in
about the
your
yawn, I was
plan.
up late last night.
If you'd like to, or perhaps tonight.
Hey, it's Kaya. He wants to.
Oh, almost. Oh, you mean the sorry. You came all.
What? No. Did Kaya?
Huh. A thief has no right to criticize the methods of the Knights of the. Wait, what are you? You're not gonna get me. Okay.
He's just like,
What is this?
he's just dipping.
Ooh, yay, a
Oh
boss.
my god.
There's gonna be a ruin thing there.
What a
Ooh,
trouble.
shit, it's already moving.
You. Knight.
God. Kinda want the boss to eat that guy when he opened the door. Holy shit.
What an interesting suggestion. Fine.
Boom,
I'll
taunt.
confess and go quietly. Please, just help me. All right then. Guess I will have to do some overtime work after all.
Oh, come on, hit him. Bastard. There we go. Oh god, this fucking hitbox is way too precise. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a small hitbox. Well, you're doing good damage. It's like only half health.
Oh wow, it's level 10. Okay, yeah, this fucker's weak. Also, fuck the camera in this game. Like, I have to treat this game like the mobile game that it is. Because while it looks great, it is a mobile game. It is designed for mobile players. It isn't amazing. It has problems.
Yeah. Which it is designed for mobiles, but I still don't understand how anyone could play on a tiny mobile screen. Like, this is a pretty good looking game. It feels like a waste playing it on my, whatever, Samsung, whatever, fuck my phone is. I don't know. Something plus, 10 plus or something.
I love this wolf skill he gets.
Yeah. God damn it though. Just chew through that guy.
Don't forget what you promised, or that thing will be the least of your worries.
Hey, is this how the Knights of Favonius treats the people they catch?
Yeah, probably.
I'm just joking. All right, let's take him back.
Sir, yes, sir. Captain, should we take these two in as well?
Oh, what the fuck? What did we
Of
do?
course not. They are the ones who made this arrest possible.
Okay.
Without them spreading our fabric,
Should reward us, Kaya.
we wouldn't have been able to catch the treasure hoarders.
You're a bad man for lying to me. Shame on the knights.
All right, stop it already. Though the treasure doesn't exist, you did want it for yourself, didn't you? Otherwise, you would have informed me of your intentions, no?
That? Well, let's go.
Took the trap like up in space.
Just a sec. You did help me out, so you do deserve a reward.
Oh,
Okay.
hell yeah.
Here's my idea of a reward. Let me give you a lap dance. Boom.
Perfect 10 out of 10 game. Game of the year, 10 out of 10.
This
Well, I mean, it did win Best Ongoing Game and Best Mobile Game at the Game Awards. Deservedly, too.
And this,
suggests
the most recent one from a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't deserve Ongoing Game now that I think about it, because Final Fantasy XIV exists, but, like,
Yeah.
Final Fantasy XIV not winning both Best Ongoing and Best Multiplayer is just insulting. Especially in a
bad.
year that came out with an expansion. Like, money exchanged hands.
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
But it's the Game
they win
Awards, they
last
always
year, 'cause
do.
maybe they were wanting to do the thing where they try not to do it 2 years in a row, like, possibly.
Harbinger of Dawn?
That's right.
Oh,
You'd forgive me, right? I'm honored to have such an understanding.
yes.
You have my apologies for the deception. I will not. What a wonderful day. Now, I have to go interrogate my suspect. Please excuse me.
Cool, I got the thing.
What'd you get?
I got that stuff. Books, crafting
nice.
materials,
Oh, holy shit,
thingies.
you got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
More, everything.
Yeah, okay, I already did that. Must have done that off stream. Another thing you can do is there's these mobs around the world that you can fight that will do things and give you drops. Some of the more like boss ones will require you to spend original resin, which is the gacha stamina currency in this game, but a lot of the story content doesn't require you to do it. It's more like domains and stuff,
Yeah.
which give you most of the crafting materials and shit that you want, lol.
Where are we going now?
Let's talk to Catherine. So, have you played the Atlas game, Catherine?
No, I haven't. I was waiting for a PC port,
Lol,
as
no.
I said, and then Atlas did PC port it, the lesser version of it rather than the definitive edition that they had already released at that point.
I mean, thanks to Atlas being Atlas, they made a different version. It is debatable as to whether it is better. A lot of people do not consider it to be better.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's I don't know. I'll get to it at some point, maybe.
I am delighted to. We are most, however.
You want us to...
But scrambling to what I want to ask it. Great. Right now, we organize since however,
Pretty important then.
all you need to do is now, without further.
Check expeditions.
Heck yeah.
I can send people on them. Okay. Boom.
Oh, nice. It's like you probably never played it, but Metal Gear Solid 5. Did you play that? You ever played any of the Metal Gear Solid games?
I haven't played any of them. I want to play Revengeance because it has a fat-assed cyborg with a fucking sword.
Alright. Well, in Metal Gear Solid 5, they've got a pretty similar thing like this. That you can, like, basically send you guys on, they're literally called expeditions as well. It's a similar thing. It time gates them for a certain period of time, and then they return with the rewards.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's laid out like that, like a little map. You just send them to different places, and sometimes they don't come back, which I'm assuming is not the case in this, because they're not going to kill your characters.
Before they actually do. In before Genshin Impact with permadeath, so if Arataki Ito ever dies, he's dead. You've got to roll for another one in the game where he's not available unless it's the specific event. So you never use the 5 stars.
Genshin Impact Nuzlocke edition.
God, that'd be horrifying.
Yeah. I mean, I think Pokemon sucks, so I think playing it generally is pretty horrifying, but...
Playing Pokemon as an RPG sucks. Playing Pokemon as a monster collector where you gotta catch them all sucks less.
Yeah, slightly less. I mean, I'm of the opinion that Pokemon has never really been super amazing gameplay-wise. But
it never has.
For some reason. Yeah.
I think it's actually because of the monster collecting and not the RPG. Yeah. The monster collecting is the good part of the game, and it's a part of the game that isn't anywhere near as common to find other games doing as well as it because of the Pokemon designs.
True. Very true.
A gliding one, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah, you've been gliding all over the...
so you can look...
No way! The Knights of... You need to pass an exam... Today, I'm here as an examiner to oversee your official glide. I gave you your wind glider, so...
An exam?
No with a capital N-O. Do not challenge the authority of Examiner Amber.
Well, fuck you too.
I mean, the whole city saw how well you flew the glide. Here, take this gliding manual. For example, anyway,
Wow, great.
This is giving me Final Fantasy XII flashbacks where you need a license for everything. You need a license to equip this necklace. You need a license to have this sword.
That's how you know it's a Japanese game. There are rules and regulations that must be followed.
Birds that yearned for the sky had wings, but no way to fly. They asked the animal god, "How can we reach the heavens?"
That's Venti.
The animal god replied,
Oh my god.
"You have yet to find that which is most important." As the god
The Animo god being Venti is,
stand the lion high into
I've noticed that.
the birds thrust out their wings.
Yeah.
But the real
Yeah, I've read something that said that, and I was like, oh, cool. Because I was wondering, I was like, oh, what is Venti? It's like age 4,000 or something. I was like, wait, what? It's like, oh yeah, he's like a reincarnation or like a human version of a god. I was like, oh, that's cool.
I promise, officer, it's perfectly legal. He's actually 4,000.
He's 4,000 years old. It's fine. It's totally legal.
God, this just makes me think of fucking Shinobu Oshino from Monogatari.
we understand now. All we need
Is that the one that looks like a little girl?
in reply the
Yeah, blonde vampire witch.
but courage.
Oh, yeah.
Courage that is allowed
1,000 years old.
Likes donuts.
of this world.
Yeah.
The name of the vampire form is, and I shit you not, Kiss Shot, Acerola Orion, Heart Under Blade.
But is the Knight's Blood
Oh my god.
really written in that?
I'd say that sounds like an MSN username, but you wouldn't even get that reference because you're too young.
That's not even my.
I need like another boomer in this chat.
That's not even my favorite of the shit names. The actual best one, in my opinion, is Deathtopia, Virtuoso, Suicide Master.
Okay.
There's some fucking weird names, hey?
Yeah, far out. Wind, courage, and wings.
No. Because I needed reminding that this is a mobile game.
Yeah. Imagine if some regular games did that, you play like Persona 5, some like emotional scene. Press X to enjoy. Did you enjoy Persona 5?
No, I didn't,
God.
thanks for asking.
No, I didn't. This dungeon's too long.
God, imagine
Haru's-
the review bombs.
Haru's head is 8/10 forehead. Fix it.
Imagine all of the review bombing during the Okumura Palace. That'd be cancerous
God.
as fuck.
Yeah. Do not like. Well, to be fair enough, I have heard legit arguments that dungeons go too long. Oh, I'm so sorry for yawning.
It's fine. You're a human
Same time
person.
zone. Same time zone, but I just didn't get enough sleep. My fault. I didn't know if I knew I was going to be helping out on the stream instead of a last minute replacement, I would have definitely got more Z's, so I could be super on.
Mm.
But you know, sometimes the best things in life happen unexpectedly.
Oh, ain't that precious.
Yeah. I
Okay.
do what I can.
Okay, now I have to wait another 9 seconds in between attacks.
Oh my god. Or you could buy a microtransaction.
Oh, don't even give them ideas. Oh, that'd... Hang on.
It reduces the cooldown.
I can't do them fast enough. Oh, how dare you. That's
Oh my
evil.
God.
I hate that. Because there might...
Yeah.
Oh, I might be able to if I use Lisa. I think she's also Electro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the whole idea is you might have to switch between them and then just go bang, bang, bang.
Wait, fuck.
Oh, I should have hit it. Oh, there you go, sweet. Big titty golf girl to the rescue.
Big T Librarian Witch Girl.
Oh my god. Perfect woman.
But everyone knows the perfect woman is, I don't know, who's, like, really terrible and absolutely not a waifu in the slightest.
Makoto.
But the whole
Oh, you
point
mean
of
this game specifically?
no, the whole point of Makoto is that she's, like, the waifu,
Yeah.
which I disagree with, but that is what they're going for.
Fucking Mary Sue Makoto. She's at a goddamn higher level than your team when she joins you. She's trash.
Well, that's if you don't grind. If you grind
True.
like me, and you're level 99 before even hitting Makoto's palace, she's not a higher level than you. Every character that joins is... They don't, like, scale with you, they just join at a specific level. And
Yeah.
Joseph Anderson, who I'm assuming you're referencing there, just
Yes.
happened to be a lower level at the time.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it is unusual they don't scale it though, actually, because I think most games usually will try and like come to the average or something of your party.
I guess because they didn't care enough. Because Atlas.
Yeah.
Great,
Atlas,
you're here.
lazy pricks.
Did you have a good read? Sounds like you. The gliding man. Really? Cool story.
Can't. Oh, look at her hair, how it crosses over. I can't deal with it.
Oh fuck yeah, I'm getting those LPs for Christmas.
Nice. The Persona.
Yeah, the
The
Persona
audios, the manual
25th
with- oh,
anniversary ones.
Yeah.
God,
Vinyl
I'm super
collection.
I'm super excited.
Book I used to read as a kid.
Do you guys have a vinyl player?
Nope.
Sorry, I put both books in the same.
Hmm. Or are you guys just gonna keep them as a collectible? Like, you should listen to them at least once.
Oh yeah, I'm going to. I don't have a
Yeah.
vinyl thing yet. I'll probably grab one at some point.
They're
Um,
not super expensive, I don't think.
Unlike vinyl.
Unlike vinyl itself, exactly. Actually, let me have a look. I'm gonna look it up for you. I'm gonna see how much vinyl players are. I actually don't know. My best friend bought one when he moved into his old house. He's moved on now since, but
I've just got to
okay,
see.
you can get them for like $70, like brand new.
Right.
It's pretty good. And obviously you can get vintage ones that were actually made back in the day for like obviously hundreds or thousands. But if you're just wanting to play one, yeah, like yeah, $80, $90, $99. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
You nailed it. The next part of
Alrighty then, you heard her. Miss City, let's not keep her waiting.
Yeah, I've got to say, there's some weird choices on which songs made the cut with those vinyls. We've already talked about it in DMs, I think, but
Yeah.
for the stream who are unaware, basically the point of this collection is it's supposed to be a collection of the soundtracks of all of the main Persona games. So Persona 1, 2 Innocent Sin, 2 Eternal Punishment, 3, 4, and 5. It doesn't have anything from re-releases or spin-offs, which is...
So baffling.
I mean, there's already 8.5 hours of music with what they've got on 15 vinyls. There is a lot of Persona music out there. It's understandable that they picked main games only, but like, re-releases at least, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, why couldn't they include shit like Dream of Butterfly, which is the Persona 1 PSP opening theme, and one of the only songs from the PSP version of that soundtrack that's, like, good?
Yeah, for sure. I can't explain it. Atlas doing Atlas things. I mean,
Or,
what do you
like,
say?
God forbid, cutting out Heartful Cry from Persona 3 Fez, which is the best boss theme in any video game of all time. I will die on that hill.
I'm all set up. Let's carry
Note that that doesn't include final bosses. Bosses and final bosses are separate.
same deal as before.
Yeah.
Best boss theme of all time.
Is that from the third one, did you say?
Yeah, Persona 3 Fez, specifically the answer epilogue.
Yeah,
It's-
more games that are on my list.
It's an absolute banger of a track. It hits heavy emotionally. It's so good. It's so good. I cannot possibly praise it enough.
Yeah.
And it's got some great remixes too, like the special mix in God I forget which album, or the Persona 3 dancing remix.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm in the minority, I think, of people who like Persona, who actually prefers the soundtrack of 5 to the other ones. I know that's a pretty minority opinion. I think it's because I really like just that genre of sort of like acid jazz. But,
I
know
might
it says
agree.
4,
I
yeah.
think overall, based solely on the main games, I actually might agree.
Yeah. But if you include re-releases and stuff, I know that changes the equation.
I feel like as an average product, 5's soundtrack is more consistently good than a bunch of the others, but a bunch of the others hit higher highs and lower lows.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, and that goes with a lot of what I've heard from some of the other games, where I've heard a couple tracks, I'm like, oh, that's great, and others I'm like, oh, like, I don't know.
Because, like,
Yeah.
there's a few tracks that are very much just background music for an anime cutscene, or
Yeah.
8-bit jingles for playing a video game in your room, Or
Yeah, for sure.
the only one that feels like a major sore spot is Mementos, and even then they addressed that in Royal and improved it.
Oh, you like the improved version with the rumbling and stuff like that?
Because, yeah, Mementos has only one theme in vanilla, and it's really
Yeah.
bad. It's
It's not that
intentional.
bad.
But, like, it's intentionally supposed to be droning on and on because that's, like, the point
Yeah.
of the song, but it doesn't change the fact that it's droning on and on.
Okay, fair enough. I don't mind the original. I like the Royal version as well, because I've listened to both soundtracks about 1,000 times. But that's fair enough. I get it. You don't want to be stuck in Mementos all day anyway. That'd be insane.
Mementos would be a lot more tolerable if the music was better.
Yeah, that's fair
Because
enough.
gameplay-wise, especially in Royal, I've got, like, no problems with it. It's all music
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Kasumi doesn't take her clothes off at any point. That would probably be like a low point in terms of the game doesn't do right. But
Lamau.
other than that,
I mean, I'd go for the fact that you can date an alcoholic drunk reporter teacher,
yeah.
but, like, you can't date Ryuji, who is your best friend, and has been there
Oh,
from
I'm
day
sorry.
one.
No, I'm sorry. That's the Japanese. They're not interested.
I am Otto of the Knights of Favonius.
Cool, I don't care.
Please, show me your gliding license. It is against the law. You have the right to
You
remain.
face out of
I'm
line.
an instructor. This is
I'm kind of reasonably pleased that I haven't received a work call this whole time. I've been streaming with you about an hour 15, or just under. And I've only gotten one email, and I haven't gotten any calls, which is pretty nice. Which means I'm literally getting paid to do this.
chasing down a gliding criminal.
Based.
Went for the
It's more than I am.
Yeah. I didn't want to make the joke, so I was like, is that the douchey thing to say? But I was going to say, I think I'm making way more from the stream than you are.
Like this if
No,
you
I'm
cry
not
every
really
time. Please support my Patreon. It's on Patreon/YowieChurch. Yeah. I really should upload something to YouTube and advertise it there. I should probably start connecting that shit to my Twitch, to be honest. But, like, yeah.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Mirth and I were considering making a 13 Sentinels playthrough that would be specifically from the perspective of someone who's, like, already finished it, so has all the spoilers and shit.
That's pretty good.
Unfortunately, that's an extremely difficult video to, like, make, because not a lot of people played 13 Sentinels, and if there is one piece of media I want to avoid spoiling, it is 13 Sentinels. I do not give a shit about spoilers at all, and I still don't want to spoil this game because it's that special.
Yeah, for sure.
sister from the cathedral.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It would be a good game to stream, but at the same time, yeah, you don't want to spoil it for people. Although, I think at the same time, though, if you're going in to watch a stream of it, you know what you're getting into.
Looks like a broken tree branch.
It just means we already get one audience member, you.
Yeah. And then he's not going to be there because he's eventually going to play it and doesn't want to get the game spoiled for him.
Oh no, it's Xiangling.
I've always heard about the wide range
Oh,
of
no.
ingredients you can find in Mondstadt, and it looks like it's true. No, I'm a chef. A chef on a mission to find rare and exotic ingredients from all corners of the world. My name's Sean Ling. I'm from Liyue Harbor. And you?
I'm not interested.
Paimon. Paimon. Why are you looking at me like that? What an exotic creature. Is it edible? No, for the last time, Paimon is not emergency food.
Yes, you are.
Yes,
Shut
you're
up.
a good friend. I have a good friend too, called Goba.
the name of a Liyue snack?
Both the snack and my friend have a special place in my heart. Anyway, can you do some hunting for me?
No.
There's lots of game around here that would be amazing to cook with. I can't catch anything to save my life, and I don't want to miss out.
Sounds like a bit of an ordeal.
Don't be like that. Come on, I'll whip you up a tasty snack later.
Ooh, you hand me a tasty snack. Don't worry, we're the bestest hunters ever.
Don't worry about it. Your friend has already given me a response.
Yeah, and she's worthless.
Now it's done, so long as you
Yeah.
bring me back some raw meat. Great! Then I'll leave you to it.
Paimon worst girl. Find a worse
Yeah.
girl.
Looking at the design and the way it's woven, there's a good chance it came from a wing glider.
Wow, Outriders have to be textile experts now? It's a harder job than Paimon thought.
If this really belongs
Oh,
to
Paimon.
Raptor, it must mean
You're
his
so
wing glider
annoying.
is broken.
Better than Morgana.
She's like, I was gonna say, what's the Zelda one that everyone hates?
Oh,
But,
Navi.
hey,
This was left
Navi.
by
Everyone hates
Raptor.
Navi. I think Paimon's the same type of shit.
Hmm.
It's like, alright, got it.
Either way, let's make a mental note of
I
it.
need to remember to let it actually play,
It appears
so
that
that
the
people can
Outriders
experience
marked
the
it
story.
this way.
Yeah.
Well, do you think he ran off ahead?
There's only one way to find out. Come on, we should keep following the markings.
Ooh, what's that? Looks like something's going on up
I'll show you some markings with a big stick.
Could that be Raptor?
Yeah.
Quick, let's keep going.
So, from the perspective of a bisexual man, Amber, thoughts?
Amber. She's a cutie. She's a cutie. Her hair thing where it crosses over really is distracting. Do you know what I'm talking about? How her hair sort of meets in the middle and sort of crosses over?
I can't really... Oh, I think I can...
Is
Bam.
Amber the one that's all in red?
Yeah. This girl.
Sorry, I was at my desk. I think, as I said to the chat earlier, I'm technically in work hours. Yeah, okay, look at her fringe. They're crossing over each other. See how it makes an X shape in the middle?
Oh,
On
you...
one side of
Oh,
the fringe?
wow.
Dude,
Wow.
It's so fucking obnoxious looking.
God.
Because you know, in real life, if someone had that, you'd want to like, you'd sort of, I don't know if you get like this, but I get a bit like anal. I'd be like, can I just like fix that? Because it would really bug me. But yeah, do you see what I mean? How one side's curving over and one side's going under?
Yeah. My hair curls
just-
really annoyingly. Like,
Yeah.
what? It's the kind of hairstyle that rests on one side, but it's really annoying to brush and doesn't stay.
Yeah.
So I'm constantly
Yeah.
getting in my eyes and I hate it.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank goodness. The Knights of Favonius have arrived. The Hilly Trolls won't dare pursue me any longer.
What happened?
I can't believe it, but the Hilly Trolls attacked our carts. Luckily, I outran them.
Hilly Churls, but I thought the Knights of Favonius had cleared out most of the Hilly Trail camps around these parts.
It's a small
Yeah, well, you
camp
were
not
wrong,
too
Amber,
far
you
from the
bitch.
village, but the route I take on my delivery runs ensures I steer clear of it. But today, some crazy fellow suddenly fell out of the sky and landed right at the camp.
Oh my god.
Now, who does that remind me of?
Well, it really riled them up. They chased the funny-looking fellow as he fled, which brought them out into the open. I managed to get away, but they smashed my fruit carts to smithereens. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do when the merchant caravan gets here tomorrow.
Funny looking. In what way?
Oh, he was holding on to something. Must have been heavy because he couldn't glide in a straight line to save his life. Maybe that's why he fell. Honestly, people like that shouldn't be allowed in the skies. It doesn't take a genius to know you're not supposed to carry heavy objects while gliding. I'm gonna report that idiot and make sure he gets his license revoked.
Heavy object? The artifact? This could well be our guy. Tell me, did you see which way he went?
I managed to catch a glimpse as I ran from the Hilly Churls. I think he went that way.
Seems like a strong lead. On with the chase. Oh, and don't worry. As soon as the knights to mop up the rest of the hilly turtles as soon as possible.
Another test. Suffocate.
Come on.
Apart from the hilly churls, there's a bunch of funny-looking people, too.
Judging from the type of wind gliders they've got, I'd say this lot is with Raptor.
But if that's the case, what are they hanging around here for?
I wonder. Well, this measly bunch can't slow us down, that's for sure.
Look where we are.
The elemental power on the artifact must have worn off. Raptor must have realized the markings would give away his position and sent his minions to slow us down. That way, when the effect wears off, he can make his escape. He won't get away with this. After him! But we also haven't found the artifact, which means Raptor still has it on him. Forget these guys. Come on, let's keep following the elemental markings.
Recommended party level of 4. Yeah, I think I cleared that, hey.
You're alright. Well, I mean, you could swap out one of them for a weaker person, because it'll level them up a tiny bit, and it's not going to affect you at all, because you're going to smash it anyway.
I'm not going to
You put one of
use
your
any of
level
them,
one-
though.
They still level up if they're part of your party and you don't use them, or do they need to actively be attacking people?
No, I think they need to actively be attacking.
Okay, then don't worry about it, because you're not going to use them anyway. Oh, how is Razor so cute? How is Aether so cute? Why is everyone in this game so attractive?
There's only one way over there. Raptor must be up ahead. However, it looks like the only way we can catch up is if we glide.
And Ember 2 is the thick thighs.
There's a ton of enemies below. They'll definitely attack us after we take off.
If we're gonna do this, we'll have to glide and defeat them in one fell swoop. You still had one stage to go in your exam, right?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with anything?
You fucking idiot, Paimon.
Final stage of your gliding exam.
God.
Are you sure that's how the exam is supposed to go?
It's a custom version of the exam, designed by yours truly. Besides, the normal version of the exam wouldn't be fit for the hero of Mondstadt himself.
Wow, okay, so we get given a different version of the exam. That's not how standardized exams are supposed to work for licenses, but alright.
Watch me nail this exam like I want to nail you.
Woohoo! Good answer.
It is what I would say if I didn't
Raptor awaits you once you defeat
like
all
men
the
too
enemies.
much.
Then that gliding license is yours.
I tried to say like 3 different things there and failed at all of them. Yay, autism.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was like your mouth was falling down a flight of stairs, if I could use a metaphor.
Oh, there's a cooldown on it. Okay, that's why it's not working sometimes.
Yeah. That would explain it.
Fuck that then. Where I'm not even allowed to fight them with a sword. Hilarious.
Nice.
We're in such a huge rush that I'm gonna stand around and do nothing while I wait for my stamina to recharge. question. What would you consider, like, the worst game you've ever played?
Oh man, that's a rough one.
Actually, first, quickly, let me clarify. We're going to do literal worst game you've ever played, and worst game you've ever played that was, like, big and popular and people had heard of. So not like the shitty $2 Steam shovelware.
Okay, not shovelware, but an actual legitimate release.
Yeah, so for both release and for shovelware, what are the worst ones?
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to answer your question with a statement, and that statement is, I have to pee, so I'll be back in a second. And then I'll go into
excellent. That's my favorite game.
Like I said, this stream was last minute because obviously Mirth got called away to something else. So I'm sure the viewers understand. It was sort of I just jumped on last minute. So
yes, the
give me
singular viewers.
Singular view. Hey, look. Hey, listen. You say that, but you get a decent chunk of views afterwards. I checked out some of your vids, and a lot of them, like some of the ones, was like 27 views or whatever. So people watch them. Like, I'm more inclined usually to watch finished streams than live ones, because I hate the idea if I have to go pee or something and then I miss like parts of the stream and I'm like, oh, what did I miss? So you probably get lots of views like after the fact, because there are plenty of people like me that prefer to watch completed streams, like you watch a TV show. Does that make sense?
I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. You go pee, I'll be back.
Alright, 1 second.
What's the hurry?
Ahoy, ahoy.
Hoy.
Ahoy. Sorry, that was not the longest pee that has ever been known to man. I'm not a racehorse. I just had to check my work emails. And then I thought, you know what? I'm enjoying streaming. I want to keep doing it. So I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to make myself a G Fuel so I don't fall asleep because I'm super tired.
Lamau.
Yep. And, do you want to know something even more amazing?
What?
I'm literally reading this out loud.
Around here somewhere.
COVID-19 case alert. You checked into the McDonald's F3 North around the same time as a COVID-19 case. Oh my god!
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, nice. That is
Um,
fucking hilarious. Okay. You know what? I'll deal with this after the chat, after the stream. Fucking hell.
Let's hope you didn't catch it.
I literally, do you know the worst part? It said F3, so I'm assuming it means the highway to F3, like the speedway. I literally went in there to take a leak, and that's it.
Lamau, I highly doubt you caught it then, personally.
No.
And even then, don't worry, this disease won't be dangerous to you.
No, exactly. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Whatever. All good. I just thought I'd share that with you because that reaction in live, because I came into my bedroom to pick up my headphones and rejoin you, and I noticed I missed a text.
Brilliant.
Fucking New South Wales hell.
Ironically,
Alright, what
also,
did I miss?
not a whole lot. Me struggling to fight enemies.
Oh. Anyway, sorry, what were you saying?
Ironically, today is the day that the unvaccinated are not treated as a second-class citizen anymore. So, that's a
Oh my
fun
God.
coincidence.
Oh, you better go and do stuff after this stream.
I will. I probably won't do it because I need to grind, but like...
True. True.
He's right there in front of us.
It's nice to know that you could, if you really want to, go and, I don't know, sit in a cafe and have a cup of tea or something.
See, there's the problem. I can't, because I need to dump every cent I have into this gacha.
Oh no.
Yep.
Don't turn into one of those people.
It's only for Ito. It's only for Ito. As soon as I have Ito, I don't need to wail ever again.
As we said, he's good enough to Ito.
Yes, he is. He is good enough to Ito. He may lose, but he'll never admit defeato.
Oh my god.
That's canon.
Pretty good,
That is canon.
Pretty fucking good, actually.
If it's too far to go,
Um,
definitely too far for
so I didn't miss anything super important.
There's also no sign
No,
of
you
a
didn't.
point.
No
Like
plot.
story-wise or anything.
No plot.
Oh no.
Okay, so while I was making myself a G Fuel hashtag gamer,
Any longer. Way to get across
I was trying to think of an answer to your question,
but
which was, do you remember what it was? Or because I know you've got a very short attention span. so
Well,
you-
now, really? Oh my god. Yes, I remember the question I asked you.
Okay. So I was thinking about it. It's hard to answer because obviously with bad games you usually scrub them from your memory, and good games you remember long after you play them.
really impossible. Gliding's
Um,
the only idea left. Remember that book I lent you? The one I thought was the gliding manual?
The game I really
The first
despise.
birds couldn't fly. Flight was their reward for their courage to plunge into the canyon.
You know what? Is it cheating? Could I ask you something? Is it cheating if I go onto Metacritic and I look at whatever games I've ranked 0?
Oh my god, okay.
Is that cheating?
Never make it.
He actually maintains a Metacritic account.
I used to. I haven't logged in there in so long. That's what I mean. It's been ages, so it's probably going to be super out of date. But there'll be old games on there that I've probably been like, this is the worst game I've played.
If you listen carefully. the
Well, did I
words
unhook
the
it from my
way that I
Facebook? It won't let me log in.
And that's good enough for me.
Maybe I deleted it. While I'm thinking about it, what's the worst shovelware you've played, and also, as you said, worst game that you hated that was a general release, like a AA or a AAA game that generally people seem to like.
The wind takes care of those who have courage. Now sit still and await your arrest, like a good little boy.
Alright, well you do this fight and then you respond.
Oh shit, sorry, I couldn't hear you over the dialogue.
No, that's all good, all good. Do this fight first, because like wait till you're at a point when you're like just exploring. Come on, kick their ass.
We can do it with the power of friendship and this massive fucking sword I looted.
Yep. Power of God and anime on your side.
I'm an atheist.
it's a meme.
Yeah, I know. I was making a shitty response.
You do know it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's alright. I am too. So I guess we just have the power of anime on our side.
Yeah. The only god
Anime.
I believe in is, I don't know. Who should I believe in? Ryuji? Ryuji works.
Yeah. Falling handsome.
The only way Raptor could have gotten out would be this way, past us.
Aha! So he was just trying to fool us by acting smug, in the hope that we would just give up and leave.
Wow, I'm so surprised, Paimon.
It was all thanks to your sharp thinking. Just like a wise man once said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
That's an actual real life quote, and I can't remember who said that.
Yeah, I can't either, but it's probably
It's definitely
relevant
real.
to, like, mystery solving or some shit, since I'm pretty sure that's from Umineko.
It was just like my first gliding exam. I was super nervous, but in the end, there was nothing.
Maybe 13 Sentinels? It pays a lot of tribute to, like, sci-fi and shit.
No, it's Arthur Conan Doyle who wrote Sherlock Holmes.
Definitely
So the character Sherlock
Umineko.
Holmes says that quote, but it was written by Arthur Conan Doyle,
Yeah.
who was born on the same day as me.
Yeah, definitely Umineko then. Umineko loves paying tribute to mystery solving, all while completely shitting on the entire rest of the mystery genre because it managed to make fucking complex mysteries that are so much better than anything else ever written.
Yep. And now you've heard it from 2 different games you've played.
Let's go and get a copy of the real gliding manual from acting Grandmaster Jean sometime.
I'll head off first because I need to escort Raptor back to the city. Once you're back in the city, don't forget to come find me at the cathedral. I'll issue your gliding license there.
Chest.
She just can't sit still, can she? Guess
Good,
that's why she's
Gigi's good job. There you go.
When this is all
Boom.
done and dusted, let's head
Boom.
to the cathedral and
By the way, I'm sorry, if my swallowing noises are like obnoxious while I'm drinking, just let me know. Can you hear that when I'm drinking, like the last couple of minutes?
I can't.
Okay, good. Because I was like, that if you can, that means the audience can. And like that, I hate when people are like eating and drinking on stream.
Anyway,
Hear
you
it, but if you can't hear it, then that's fine. I'm trying to sit super quietly.
wanted me to respond to something that I didn't end up hearing.
Oh, yeah, I was asking you if you want to answer the question while I'm thinking about it, because I'm still having trouble thinking about games that I've really despised.
Cool. I don't play
So you
shovelware
can-
much.
Okay, so we'll X out that question then, because if you don't play shovelware, then it's irrelevant.
'Cause,
What
like-
game have you really?
There's 2 games that immediately come to mind when I think of, like, so bad they offended me. Oh, sorry, there's 3.
Yeah.
There's 3. And I'm gonna say all of them before I go into the reasons. First,
Sure.
Danganronpa V3.
Okay.
Second, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
Yep.
Third is Life is Strange, the original.
Oh my god.
Those
Okay,
3.
I'm with you on them. I'm with you. Okay, go into your reasons, but just know that I totally agree with you on these points. Except I haven't played Danganronpa, but the other 2.
Okay, so Life is Strange tells you that your choices matter, and then the ending of the game is literally just, let's just erase the events of the entire fucking game and have it all so it never happened and never mattered in the first place.
True, but
Boom.
I think the worst part of that game isn't just the ending. It's everything from the beginning to the ending because the writing is so fucking awful.
Oh yeah,
Especially the dialogue.
the writing and dialogue are awful. Don't get me wrong,
So bad.
but it's
Yeah.
like the ending
Bad
just is the perfect summarization of all of it.
Yeah.
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 V3 was really, really fucking good, and then Chapter 6 happened, and it was just borderline fucking offensive, like legitimately to its audience. Absolutely horrible. I can't really go into details because of spoilers,
Yeah.
but good lord, I have never felt so insulted by a video game before.
Yeah.
And then Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep is... Oh god. If Kingdom Hearts 3 requires me to know about Birth by Sleep, it isn't fucking worth it.
Yeah,
Birth by
sure.
Sleep was so awful. That story is both incomprehensible and awfully told. It's wasting so much of your time. Nothing interesting happens. It's boring. It's incoherent. Like, I get there's the whole meme of Kingdom Hearts isn't actually that complicated. It's just a lot to remember. Fucking fight me. It's both.
Well, I debate that. People say that, but to me, that's always like Kingdom Hearts fans that are like smoking copium, and I'm like, no. It really is that complicated.
You leave, you call me.
Most of Kingdom Hearts doesn't need to exist.
Yeah.
Like, just straight up, most of it doesn't need to exist. I think some of the spin-offs are good. I think overall, Kingdom Hearts was worth existing until Birth by Sleep. Birth by Sleep was horrible. But I like 358 Days Over 2 and Chain of Memories. I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually pretty good when it fucking focuses on the plot for once.
Yeah, for sure.
This is why I don't Sorry.
No, you go, yeah.
Sorry. This is why I don't recommend the games. If you have to go through Kingdom Hearts, do yourself a favor and watch the cutscene movies online so you can skip 8 hours of each game that are just Disney filler.
Yeah, for sure. No, 100%.
I promise, out of the first 6 games that I played or watched, the Disney filler is filler. It does not matter. You don't need it for the plot. It is entirely skippable. Please skip it. If you're in a Disney world, you can probably skip it.
Yeah.
Anyway, you were about to say something?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm in a really weird position where I didn't just like Kingdom Hearts 1. It's actually one of my favorite games ever. But I'm in a weird position where I really dislike all of the other games, so it's like, yeah, I'm like you, I can't really recommend it, even though I can say, oh, I've platinumed Kingdom Hearts 1, I think more than once, I've probably spent hundreds of hours playing it, but I'm not going to recommend the series because I think it just goes completely on a terrible tangent and just becomes like an embarrassing nightmare. So yeah, I don't know. Kingdom Hearts is a weird one. It's a really weird one.
One of your favorite games of all time. Why are we friends again?
The first one. No, it really is. I like it. I like it a lot. There are some levels, there are some worlds that are better than others. Like a lot of people will generally say, like, oh, like the Tarzan world with all the jumping, trying to platform with those janky platform controls is like a nightmare. Same with the platforming sections in Monstro and the Alice in Wonderland world, whatever that world's called. But it's got, like, the story is pretty coherent because it hasn't gone off on a total tangent about, like, how everyone is like a clone of Ventus or Venatus. It's like, it's just pretty standalone. It's like, okay, this makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I like it.
I imagine-
I'll constantly defend Kingdom Hearts 1.
I imagine the Disney worlds are much less frustrating when you've watched the movies they're based on.
In the original Kingdom Hearts games or the newer ones?
I mean, just in general with all of them, I imagine they're a lot more tolerable when you've seen the source material
Oh
for
yeah.
them.
Oh,
Like-
100%. Oh no, definitely. Yeah, it'd be like that whole like, oh, I recognize that thing. It's like, that gets you, Yeah.
Because, like, I feel like I would get a fair amount out of the Disney worlds in Kingdom Hearts 3 specifically, because they're not Disney worlds, they're Pixar worlds, and I watched Pixar's movies, just not Disney's.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I think the biggest complaint I think people had with the third game is, and I never played it because I have no desire to, is that the Disney World and stuff, like, it was almost like just watching the movie. Like the Frozen world, you didn't really interact with anything. You're just watching cutscenes from Frozen. It's like, well, what is that? The whole point
Apparently,
is you're supposed to be exploring these worlds.
apparently, just like all of the other Kingdom Hearts games, the Disney/Pixar worlds in KH3 are very... You're either just watching the movie again, or you're,
Yeah.
like, in a scenario after the movie has taken place. So it's just more of
Yeah.
the same. Apparently,
Yeah.
they sprinkle in a bit more actual plot into the Disney worlds, which is good.
Yeah.
There is nowhere near enough of that in the previous games. They are
No,
filler.
for sure. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Here is your
I'm looking, by the way,
officially legal.
I'm gonna get, like,
Hey,
if anyone
I'm not
watches this
surprised
back,
now.
because obviously we don't have a ton of viewers, we've got a viewer or two. But if anyone watches this back, they're gonna hate me, because I've got my Metacritic up and I'm looking at the games that I've given the lowest scores to.
Oh god, okay. Pop some out.
Oh no. Some of these, I swear to God, some of these I just gave in, like, annoyance, because of how, like, some janky thing that, like, you can't, like a bug that you can't progress or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so Silent Hill Homecoming, I gave a 3, which I defend, because I don't know if you ever played a Silent Hill game. They're all pretty good, but Homecoming's pretty bad.
Okay, I've never even heard of Homecoming, so, like, I'll pay that.
Yeah. Okay. Resident Evil Code Veronica X.
That's
Which, in
another
my
one
opinion-
from a big series I've never heard of.
Okay. But you've heard of Resident Evil, I'm presuming.
Yeah, obviously, I haven't heard of Veronica, whatever the
Specific
fuck.
one. Yes. I agree with that. That one's really bad. I gave the lowest scored game, so I'm just going through them sort of semi-randomly, but the lowest scored game that I gave is Mirror's Edge.
Lamau.
It's a 0.
Wow.
I remember hating that game. I think that might be my answer. Do you know the game Mirror's Edge? You know, the first-person platformer?
Yeah, I've heard of it, I haven't played it.
Yeah. It was really awful. It was really an awful game. Just like the hit detection and stuff. You're like, well, I made that jump, but alright. Not good. I gave Akami a 2, which is pretty amazing because the average user score is 9.1.
Yeah, Okami is considered a genuine masterpiece for the Wii, so
Yeah.
like, a 2
No.
is...
Sorry, it's trash. It's the trashiest game of all time.
I mean,
Dark
I've
Cloud
heard some
3.
people critique, like, the Orochi boss fight being too long, especially since you have to fight it a fuckload of times. Kind of like
Yeah.
the Imprisoned in Skyward Sword.
Yeah. Well, I didn't like the fact that it doesn't have dialogue. It just has sort of like Simlish type noises where like in lieu of like recorded dialogue. That's just like tacky. I don't know.
Hi, Mom thinks she's forgotten about us.
Sorry. I got all excited thinking about new recipes. As promised, a tasty snack. Go on, try it. And tell me what you think.
Are we your food testers now?
Yes.
Oh gosh, this is
Yes.
delicious.
By the way, curious, my highest score I gave was apparently BioShock 2, which I'll stand by. That is legitimately one of my favorite video games of all time ever.
Right, okay.
Did you play the original?
I haven't played any Bioshock games.
Okay. They're all pretty good. All three are pretty good.
Because, yeah, again, I was my first console that I played for any serious amount of time was the Wii U, and then the Switch. I was very much a Nintendo guy for most of my childhood, and then I got a PS4 pretty much exclusively for Persona 5. Slowly I started playing more games on it, but it's still very skewed. A lot of these classic games, particularly from like the 2000s and early 2010s, are recent enough that I've heard about them a fair amount, but not recent enough that I played them.
Well, there's always time to go and play them if you ever feel like it.
I feel like they just don't appeal to me. I'm not a shooter person, like, at all. There are some genres that I just entirely do not click with in the slightest, and basically anything shooting is one of them.
Okay, fair enough. I can't imagine you playing a racing game either.
I play a lot of Mario Kart 8, but other than that...
I meant like a proper, like a Forza Horizon or something.
Oh yeah.
Or Grand Theft.
God, I want to turn on my aircon, but the microphone picks up the aircon.
It is quite warm today, isn't it?
It is. It's almost like Australian summer is actually being Australian for once. We've been in La Nina, so it's not been stupidly hot like usual.
Yeah. Oh god, don't even try and explain that shit to me. I was in an Uber the other day and the guy was talking about like pressure systems. I was like, dude, I do not understand any of this stuff. It's like he was speaking a different language. He was like, there's La Nina and then there's the other one. And then
La Nina.
There's low pressure. Yeah, and then there's low pressure systems versus high pressure systems, and then depending on what direction the wind comes from, like northeast versus southwest or whatever, it changes the nature of the rain. It's like, I was like, dude, just drop me at my place.
Mm.
Yeah. He was nice. I'm just being mean. He was a really nice guy.
R/nice guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. For some reason I've got Nice Guys Finish Last by Green Day stuck in my head now, thanks. God, that reminds me. I found this Pokemon song a while back, and I was listening to it, and I was like, why is this so familiar? And then I realized it is the exact same melody as 21 Guns. Like, scarily so. It feels like plagiarism.
I think 21 Guns was like the only song that I actually liked off that album.
Yeah, it was like the last good song.
Yeah. Like, oh, goodbye Green Day.
At least American Idiot is one of the best albums of all time.
Pretty damn good album. It's pretty damn good and very consistent. There's no songs on it that you're like, don't love it. It's like they're all at least good, if not great.
I used to consider it my favorite album of all time for like years. These days, that's recently been overtaken by Dua Lipa's album Future Nostalgia, which is like a very pop dance.
Very different to Green Day.
Yeah.
That's okay.
My music tastes are broad.
Yeah.
Some of the best loved dishes in all of Lille. They are very highly rated by travelers too.
God, favorite album, that's a tough one, isn't
You're
it?
too kind. I just try to cook things that are cheap and cheerful.
This guy got cat ears.
Top-notch chef cooking, top-notch
Yep.
cuisine with top-notch meat from
So I asked you what your worst games ever are. What about some
I
of
didn't
your...
really answer. I just... yeah, sorry, those ones. Those ones will be my official answers.
Cool.
And shovelware, I don't really play shovelware either.
Yeah. What about, like, best games? Like, what are some of the great ones you love and would easily recommend?
The issue is,
This is another tough question.
what would you think if I added a bit of sign
Can I just again, not to belabor the point, can I point out again that we've been at this like an hour and a half, maybe, approximately? Would you say?
My recording software says we've been recording for 2 hours now.
Okay, so I've been getting paid for this whole time. I'm literally sitting with you, streaming, talking about video games. Have I ever mentioned that I like my job? think I mentioned that to you privately, but I like my job.
Yeah. You should, like, pay me half the cut, lol. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I
I'm
should.
kidding.
Give you a little commish.
Well, you can do
favorite
that
games?
by supporting my Patreon, which is at patreon.com/YowieChurch or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. You don't actually have a Patreon, do you?
No, I do. I do have one. It's just not been, like, posted publicly anywhere yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have set one up.
Oh my god, I can see it.
You found it, have you?
Church. Yeah, so it's not listed on Google, but I searched it with Yowie, which is patreon.com/YowieChurch. It's like membership level.
Yeah, there should
I think
only be
I
one.
think- yeah, just the $1 one. I
Yeah.
was gonna say, yeah, keep doing vids before you release it, otherwise it feels a little egocentric.
Yeah, lol.
Well,
Give another
since
week,
you feel so
couple
strongly
weeks.
about it, forget it. But it really is a pity.
Favorite games?
I
would
can go
definitely
first
put-
if you'd like.
Yeah, you go first.
Cool.
It's one thing to apologize.
These are sort of...
Knowing, I was gonna say, knowing you very well, I think I've got a broad idea of what's gonna get picked.
Yeah, okay. So, some of my favorites include, but are not limited to, Persona 5 Royal, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, Umineko When They Cry, Neo The World Ends With You, let's see what else is there. I've sunk way too much time into Minecraft and Terraria, but I don't really play them anymore.
Yep.
Like, I absolutely loved them when they were my jam, but, like, I've had my time. I'm satisfied.
I've seen enough. I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
Jojo.
Oh.
Yeah.
I haven't watched JoJo. No, I'm not watching JoJo.
But it's a famous meme. It's like, that's why everyone knows JoJo from the memes. It's Dio, I've seen enough. I'm satisfied. He's got his arms crossed. It's like a pretty famous macro. Well, whatever.
Yeah, so those games.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Fuck you.
I really like Zero Escape.
Never heard of it.
You know Danganronpa, right?
I have a taste of your
I do, unfortunately.
Fuck off. There is genuine quality to be found in Danganronpa if you can get past the cringy fanbase. It's very Persona in that regard.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
Persona is
Zero
better,
Escape.
but...
Okay, I'm looking at Zero Escape. Okay, I see.
Yeah, Zero
Zero
Escape
Escape's
is
a
sort of
non-ori game.
similar. It's made by a friend of the guy who wrote Danganronpa, and those two writers ended up fucking off from Spike Chunsoft to create their own game studio where they now work together, so... Zero Escape is good. Similar to Danganronpa, the first two games are fantastic, and the third is much more heavily flawed.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would consider the first or the second game better when it comes to Zero Escape. I feel like the first one is ever so slightly better, but I think I like the second one ever so slightly more. I cannot stress enough how equal they are, though. Both of them are absolutely fantastic must-plays.
So it's the third one, which is Zero Time Dilemma, is that right?
Yes.
That's the not as good one.
Yeah, Zero Time Dilemma is the third game. It's the conclusion to the trilogy. Its biggest problem is that it didn't get enough of a time or budget to achieve everything it wanted to. So there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't quite get covered.
Okay.
And that visual style, they changed to a cinematic style with like 3D models moving around and shit. And it could have worked if they animated even not terribly would be better than what we got. They're very jank.
Yeah.
They changed the art style, a bunch of character designs, and the general style of presentation all at the same time. It's a bit jarring.
Yeah.
So what we were
I
about
was
to
gonna
say?
No, I was just doing some Googling because you were mentioning about that studio, which I'm assuming it's two Kyo games you were referencing.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. It's funny because I was looking at games list, so I was like, oh, I wonder if I had played any of these or I would play them. Actually, one of them was a game I was looking at playing and I was just about to buy the other day, Death Come True, which is like a part live action, like an FMV game.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll soon experience the Danganronpa level writing, hopefully.
You won't. From what I've heard, Death Come True is very underwhelming for these writers.
Okay. Well, no spoilers though. No spoilers though.
I don't know enough about the plot to spoil you on anything. I'm just going off of what I've heard. Apparently it's really not anywhere near as good as Dungun or Zero Escape. Or, like, the Somnium Files.
Yeah. Well, if I play it and I like it, and it gets me, like, liking their style of writing, I'll go back and play Danganronpa. If I'm like, oh yeah, I'm interested in this writing, I'll be like, alright, well I'll go experience the God tier.
That depends on the ratio of fat to meat. With this kind
But yeah, don't let the fandom of teenagers scare you. There is genuine quality to be found in the Danganronpa franchise, particularly with the first two games. The fans are just really edgy teenagers, because that's pretty much the audience it's appealing to.
Yeah.
No, that's why it's a garden.
Zero Escape characters be like, and it's Maruki. Oh, I know, as long as we're talking about cookies, they actually reminded me about this psychological experiment.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I can't say there were any games that you listed then that I was surprised at. The only one was Terraria. I was like, oh, I didn't know you played Terraria. But I suppose if you like Minecraft, that makes sense. They both got that sort of repetitive type of gameplay.
Yeah, Zero Escape is both very well written and terribly written. Like, a lot of the individual moments are absolutely brilliant, but the plot connecting them can be absolute pseudoscience woo-woo in one ear out the other. Like, it feels like half of the script is Kotaro Uchikoshi, the writer of the games, just flexing about all of the random Wikipedia articles he's read. Like, somehow he will make species of termites and snails relevant and important. He'll talk about random historical controversies like the Titanic and the Gigantic. He'll talk about a special type of ice that doesn't melt at room temperature. He'll talk about fucking Toxoplasma gondii. Like, so much random shit that shouldn't matter but does.
And yet, you won't watch JoJo, because that is Araki's exact thing. People make fun of him because they're like, he goes to Wikipedia and hits randomize, and then fucking somehow integrates that shit with what's happening. In the exact same way.
Yeah, a lot of the individual moments are incredible and very emotional. There's some lines of dialogue I'm never gonna forget, but yeah. It's the kind of game you have to roll with and just accept. You can't critique it too much. I want to say you can't take it seriously, but you have to. It's more like you have to be willing to accept what it's going to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Well, either way, there's no games there that you've mentioned that I am surprised at.
I'm trying to think of anything else. I don't know, I'm not thinking of anything.
That was a good list. That was, what, 6 something games?
There's this one game called 1-Bit Heart that's like really, really not known about. It's a pretty cute game. I like it. It's pretty decent. I I think it's got a really adorable art style, but no one's heard of it, so no one talks about it. It's like 10
Yeah, no,
hours
no.
to 100%. I think it's worth it.
Mm.
The good thing
Yeah.
is that, and this is in Australian prices, mind you, it's $5 on Steam,
That's pretty good. That's a
and
good
I
price.
say it's worth like 15 to 30.
Yeah.
I think it's great. Very quality
Okay.
over quantity.
Hmm.
Not the best game of all time, but a very cute and solid way to spend $5 in 10 hours.
Yeah, $5. That's nothing. Pocket change.
And yeah, that's in Australian prices. And depending on the website you go to, you can legally get the game for free. Like, it's more
Yeah.
like just if you want to send the developers a tip, buy it on Steam.
Yeah.
I'm not really thinking of anything else off the top of my head that I love.
Hmm.
I think we're getting close. Have you decided what you're... Of course. Then how are you so sure of yourself? That's just my style. If I decided in advance exactly how I was going to cook...
So here's a controversial topic. Are visual novels games?
If I knew what I was looking for before I found it, it wouldn't be a surprise. But that's so risky.
Depends. Are they the type of visual novels you can make decisions in or not?
This is how I came up with all the signature dishes.
Do you know how some are literally just like visual novels where you basically don't get to make any decisions, you're just clicking through? I don't know if I'd consider those games, but if you get to make decisions in it, then it's still a game.
I think I agree for the most part, which is why I hesitate to call Umineko my favorite game of all time, because it's not really a game. You don't make any choices.
You're mainly just progressing through the dialogue.
Yeah, it's literally a book with pictures and sound. The only choice is basically like which ending do you want, and it's literally like a million words in. It's entirely linear up until that point.
Yeah. I guess because there is a choice, it's technically a game, even if it's one choice.
Nah, I wouldn't
Maybe
say
it's a
that.
game.
It is the best story I've ever read. It's not a game.
Yeah, well, then there you go. Then it's not a story. Then it's not a game. It's a novel, just in visual form. It's no different than reading a novel on a Kindle. That's an electronic screen. Like you're just reading text and visuals. Like, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be a game.
Where is the thing? There is the thing.
Smell of treasure. Strange.
Light a fire underneath the thing. Boom.
Easy peasy.
I have to find ingredients. Oh, there she is. Okay.
There she is.
Screw you. And there's the thing.
Alright, well, if you can't think of any others, do you want me to see if I can bring up a list in my head?
Yeah, sure. I think it's your turn.
Hmm. Well, unless you got more games. You had
Nah,
a pretty
I'm
good, a
done.
good, like I said, none of those surprised me in a way that I was like, oh, really? Like, yeah, we would play that game? They're all like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Either because we talked about them, or they're the type of game that I imagine you'd play, basically. You weren't like, oh, and Call of Duty or something.
Lamau.
Like, they're all games I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like something you'd play.
I guess there's like Splatoon 2. It's the one major exception to my no shooters rule.
He's a kid now, he's a spit now.
Granted,
Ads.
granted, I still exclusively play rollers, but you know.
Yeah, Splatoon looks alright.
For convention, but she is a talented chef nonetheless. There's no doubt she will source the fanciest quality ingredients. To win this, we'll take a truly mind-blowing dish. Something like sea serpent salad, stir-fried Cajun flour.
Yeah, I wish I could like head out and grab food and shit, but I need to like limit it as much as possible so I can spend more on gacha.
I know how weird it sounds, but I guarantee.
Please don't turn into one of those people.
It's only for Ito. This is temporary.
I want to believe you, but they're going to create another character at some point, whether it's a month, 6 months, and they're going to be even cuter than Ito, and you'll be like, oh shit.
Nah, like, the only reason why this one got me was because it was fucking Ryuji's voice actor.
Yeah.
From what I've observed, spicy food is a rarity.
He's not going to voice a second character. Therefore, it's only the one character I'm gonna get this desperate for. Everyone else I want, but can absolutely go without. I can't say the same here.
That's fair enough. Alright. I've been thinking. I've been chewing over me in my brain. Alright, this is in no particular order, by the way, as with yours. It's just like, okay, if someone asked me to bring an X amount of games to a desert island, what games should I pick?
What's that?
Oh, what's that?
Somebody's injured.
What was Olaf one?
So cold.
Ah, Catboy's cold.
We need to warm him up quick. Make a fire. Hot soup would be even better. How about I look after him while you make him a nice warm bowl of soup?
Oh, okay then.
We passed a Hillidro camp on the way here. There'll almost certainly be a campfire there to cook on. Great. Be as quick as you can.
I'm gonna grab a snack.
That is better. Thank you. That soup really did the trick. Yes. I was chasing a boar, and after chasing him all this way, he slipped into those underground ruins over there. I followed him.
What are you eating?
But ran into a crying
Wagon wheels. Can you hear my chewing?
No, well, I can, but also because you said you're getting a snack, so I was curious as to what you were getting.
Before my strength failed me.
Your diet, Yowie.
I do now. I'd heard of them before from others, but this was the first time seeing one with my own eyes.
Yikes. We should definitely keep our distance from the ruins. It sounds dangerous. It sounds delicious. That's it.
I do love that the flower in the corner of the screen is just repeatedly freezing the water.
Calm down. Can we really eat a tree that's that aggressive?
Nice.
One way to find out.
But yeah, so, favorite games.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was waiting for the dialogue, so I didn't want to interrupt it. Here she goes again.
Do not worry.
Yeah, shut up.
I'll be fine. But you must.
Yeah, Olaf, yeah, we get it. We'll save her and then we get it.
Hmm.
Grave danger. Okay, so no particular order. Final Fantasy 13-2, which is the sequel to Final Fantasy 13.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah, I think it's legitimately one of the greatest video games of all time.
No, as in that I
and
never would have guessed it's a sequel.
And no one played it because people generally didn't like 13. Okay, that's misleading. 13 sold a fuck ton of copies and it actually reviewed quite well, but a lot of Final Fantasy purists really didn't like it because they changed a lot of the formula. And obviously the first like 15, 20 hours of the game is literally just a hallway where you run forward and mash X. After that, the game gets pretty good. But obviously it's not a very good game where the first 20 hours suck. That's shitty game design. So no one played 13.2 because everyone was like, well, it's a direct sequel, which Final Fantasy usually doesn't do except for 10.2, which again, that game wasn't well liked either. So no one even bothered to play 13.2 except for me and one other person on the planet, which is Super Butter, whatever it is.
I was gonna say Super Butterbuns is the only person I know of who's even talked about it before.
They even mentioned it. And she liked it as well. And so it's like a really incredible game because it takes all the good stuff about 13 and it stands off all the really shitty parts because 13 did have a ton of shitty parts. So it's basically just like they refined the formula. It's not super linear. It's a bit more open world. You have a bit more freedom.
Let's hunt.
Noel, who's a really great character, and so Sarah. So 13.2 is like, I always recommend it to people. No one ever plays it, of course. Because everyone always says, oh, I need to play 13 first, and no one wants to play 13, so whatever. I'd chuck Final Fantasy 8 in there as well, because that's one of my favorite video games. It's excellent. People don't like it because people are morons. I mean, people like Justin Bieber, so they can't be taken seriously. I'm trying to think, and then I'd say, and then Fallout 3 as well. Which, I mean, if Fallout 3 didn't have bugs, then it'd be the greatest game of all time. Fortunately, it's buggy as fuck. Yeah, any kind of commentary on any of this?
Sorry, I was eating. Fallout 3.
No, that's yeah.
That's not really the one that I'm always hearing good things about. I hear a lot of good about New Vegas.
That's because everyone on this planet but me is a fucking moron. New Vegas is okay, but it is not. I'm not even going to get into this because it's going to make me mad because the world is wrong.
That's okay. The world can be wrong.
Yeah. I don't hate New Vegas, but I think 3 is better. Fallout 3 is just an incredible game. The story is not anything to write home about. It's more about the world and the world building. Rather than anything else. And then, I don't know, I can't really think any of the others. Those would probably be my top 3. It'd be Final Fantasy 13.2, Final Fantasy 8, and
I smell rabbit.
Fallout 3. I'd also check Final Fantasy 7 in there as well, but I will say that I think the first third of the game is better than the 2/3. Like, I think once you leave Midgar, this is like first quarter, I think that's the strongest part of the game. But yeah. No.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. I'm just grabbing a drink. Thou hast returned. So, Final Fantasy 13-2, Fallout 3.
And Final Fantasy 8.
Final Fantasy VIII. Okay.
Yeah. And I wouldn't necessarily add this to my list, but I'd give it a top hat. I'd tip my hat to Bioshock. Because even though I think it hasn't aged amazingly, I remember being pretty blown away with the first time I played it. So even though I think it's one of those games I probably wouldn't play heaps of times now, I will acknowledge that it's like, when it came out in 2007, it was like, mwah, like absolutely god tier. I played it a couple years after that, but I remember the first time playing it was like, holy crap.
Anything else?
No. There probably are, but I can't think of it.
Head pats for boy.
Stuff like this. Head pats.
Head pats.
Yep.
Okay, let's do content.
Do it. Content time.
These things useful?
Recommended party level of 16. Okay.
Oh, you guys will be fine. I like how you've just got your core team now that you're just like, alright.
Because the other three aren't worth using.
No.
Ooh, okay. I think I'm gonna like properly get Jiangling.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, finally
I
a
think
polearm user.
There you go. Wow, Yaoi likes using a pole, there's a surprise.
Lamau. Wow, okay.
Yeah. That's right. The jokes write themselves about you being able to work a pole. Like, the jokes write themselves.
Yeah,
I don't even need to contribute.
Yeah, I love polearm weapons in games. Probably some of my favorites fairly consistently.
Yeah. Well, they're usually quick, and you tend to favor quick characters.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
like
rare.
quick
Oh,
Lamau.
no.
Yeah, I like quick characters that can combo a lot, but still have a decent amount of power. A lot of quick characters are weak as shit, because they trade speed for power. I like a decent balance that's more on the quick side.
For sure. Oh, can I chuck one more game in?
Yep.
I'm chucking in Pokemon Crystal.
Okay.
Which I think, in my opinion, is the only good Pokemon game. So you know how they have like the next gen upgrades or whatever?
Yeah.
Crystal was the upgrade from Gold and Silver. So
yeah. See, I think Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are the only good Pokemon games ever, because they were the ones I played when I was a kid.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I talk about how Pokemon sucks and is overrated. People like the one that they played when they were like 10, because when you play a video game when you're 10, it's the most amazing thing in the world. And then you go to play sequels as you get older, it's like, oh, this fucking sucks.
Oh no, she's really fun to play.
No.
Oh no.
That's a good thing.
I don't know if I'm gonna make her replace Yaoi Church or Kaya. Might go Yaoi Church.
Shit. So you can't get rid of Amber because you need a bow hunter?
Well, it's not that I can't get rid of Amber, I don't want to have two sword users on the team. It feels a bit redundant. I want to have different weapons for each of them, if at all possible.
True. Oh my god, shield boy.
The shield ones are so difficult to deal with. Managed to dodge it like a boss. Oh, of course she can burn the shield. Oh, that's good. I don't know. I'm either replacing Yaoi Church or Amber.
I agree with you about not wanting to have everyone using similar weapons, like short range. At the same time, as someone who gets really into role playing, I don't think you can get rid of Yowie because it's like he's the pro tag.
Lol, nah, I don't give a shit.
Okay, alright, fair enough.
Like, for this game, I don't give a shit. No one builds teams with the pro tag in this game. Like, it's just not done, because the pro tag's not great, apparently.
I don't care about the meta. To me, it's like a role-playing thing. He's the main character, so like doing plot stuff without him is like redundant.
True, but then just roleplay with the characters you find the most fun.
Which is how I play video games. That's how everyone should.
I know, right?
They're meant to be fun. Not supposed to care about the meta.
Yeah, this polearm is way too fucking fun. Boom,
Sorry,
boom,
Amber.
boom, boom, boom.
Sorry, Amber or Yowie, you're out.
And then the charge attack is that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, charge. Because you can always do a charge. I just sneezed so fucking loud just then. Thank God for muting the microphone. Yeah, you can always do a charge attack to replace the last attack in the standard combo chain. Select characters available for ascension. Of course, it's time for him to ascend. He can now get to level 40.
Oh, but his pants stay on?
Ah.
I knew that was too much to hope for.
Ooh, I got an Acquaint Fate from it too. Cool. That's a roll for some of the gachas.
Yeah. Have you rolled yet? Have you done any rolls?
I've only
I
done
missed the last end of the stream.
I've only done the beginner wishes. You get 20 wishes in a beginner banner. They guarantee you get Noelle, which is this one.
Yep.
I also got Razor and Barbara from that role.
Okay.
Not a fan of Barbara. I think I'm just not a fan of any Catalyst user. It's just entirely not my playstyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got Razor, who's my favorite so far, so...
Yeah, Razor's awesome.
Mm.
When do you think you'll do a roll?
I'm debating between either just doing rolls throughout the event as I get the currency for them, or waiting until near the end when I've built up as much as possible.
When does the event end?
I have 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay.
I think I'm leaning towards just doing them now.
I mean, I think that makes sense because if you do get him, you want to really enjoy the time rather than... Because, like, you could wait, but it'd feel stupid if you rolled down once or twice and get him, and you're like, oh, I could have had him all this time.
True.
There's no harm in trying.
Shall I start rolling then?
Let's do it, bitch.
Cool.
I've got my fingers crossed. I literally have my fingers crossed.
Okay, so I've got to go to the shop. Let's grab 30. That's going to be 3 10 rolls.
Yep.
Wish.
Oh my god.
A 3 sword. A 3 spell. A 3 sword. A 3 weapon. A 3 weapon. Goro!
Hey, well that's pretty good.
He's
It's not
the
who we wanted, but still pretty good.
he's the event 4-star, so like I'll take it. He's cute.
Yeah, for sure. He's cute. Yeah. Debate club, did you get it?
Yeah, I've got a few of them. I actually already had
Yeah.
one. Thankfully,
Okay.
if with starting with 3-star weapons and up, you can one of the upgrade methods is feeding it an identical copy to
Yes.
increase the power of one of its buffs. So they're still useful.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I'm
boom.
sorry, I still love that. I still love that weapon that's called Debate Club. That's super clever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. He seems like he's a cool character.
I wish he was more
You
fun
roll
to
again.
play, but
Yeah. Okay.
ooh, Zhongling.
Ooh.
I
Sweet.
think I was already about to get her anyway from the end of this event.
Yes, through the quest, yes.
I'm pretty
well.
sure there's still value in getting repeats. I just don't know what that
Yes.
value is yet.
No, there is. It gives you a currency. I forget which currency. But it
And a
does give you
second
something.
Goro. 2 Goros in a row.
Yes. No. You definitely do get some kind of extra currency for getting repeats of characters. I remember reading that. I forget what currency it is, but you do get something for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See how it turns into
Cool.
those two. Yeah. So it's still worthwhile.
Well, in case I didn't get her permanently now, I have her now.
Sweet. Come on, let's do it.
Getting a lot of debate clubs specifically.
What are debate clubs?
A second Zhongling.
Wait, so that'll be some currency. Oh, there's that new weapon, Ferris Shadow. I don't remember that one.
I think that is new, yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Not an amazing roll, but it's alright. But shit.
But yeah, I'm only gonna do 10 rolls, so I'm gonna wait to build up enough stuff.
For
Primo
sure.
gems.
Yeah. That wasn't terrible though. That wasn't a bad roll at all. You got 2 new characters. You got some good weapons, some duplicate characters. So you got some currency that you can convert into other stuff. It's not terrible.
Is there time for a quick snack?
Okay. Can I change my parties? No, I can't. Okay. I'll change my party later.
Yeah.
Now that I have Goro, I'll probably replace Amber to have Goro and then Yaoi Church to have Zhongling. Because Amber and Zhongling are both fire.
Yeah.
Where am I supposed to even go? Up there, okay.
Yeah. Ooh, Door of Resurrection.
Yeah, they're the checkpoints.
Okay, cool. I mean, I gotta say, like, I know this game is making money hand over fist. Like, I'm pretty sure it's worth like $1 billion or more.
Still not as much
given
as
that you
Fate
don't-
Go, but yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Still not as much as Fate Go, but yes.
No, yeah. So even though I know this game is making money hand over fist, I gotta say, given that you don't really need to pay for it if you don't want to, it's got a lot of stuff in it. Like, the visuals are not terrible. I get it's a mobile game. The visuals aren't bad. The gameplay looks pretty fun. And if you didn't want to, you're not paying 2 cents for this. So it's pretty good. I will say that.
Yeah, as long as you remember that it's a mobile game and there's some inherent jank that comes with that, it's pretty fucking
Yeah.
good. Very easily the best mobile game of all time. Hands
sure.
down, and it's not even a competition.
I totally, yeah. I've never even played it. I've just watched you play it, and I agree with that. It's like, well, No, I remember what mobile games looked like a decade ago, and it was not pretty.
It will definitely hurt.
But yeah, Jungling looks like she's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to level her up quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Do you have,
Polearm is... I think Polearm is going to end up being my favourite of the 5 weapon classes.
Yeah. I was gonna say, do you have Bennett, or was that just a trial for him?
Nah,
Do you
he
actually
was
have
just
him
a
on
trial.
Just a trial, okay.
I'd like
Hope we get him
Bennett,
at some
he's
point.
cute, but yeah, he's not around. I think he's a 4-star, so I can roll for him in the permanent banner.
Okay.
I have no desire to right now because, I mean, it's Ito month.
Once you get Ito, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea trying to roll for him or one of those other ones, perm ones, just with the free currency, rather than paying for it. Once you got Ito.
Yeah, Ito is a 5-star, so he doesn't get added to the permanent banner, whereas 4-stars do.
Yeah.
So if I,
Yeah.
for instance, didn't get Goro in this event, I would still be able to get him with reduced odds in the permanent banner.
Yes. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Venti is a 5-star. Is that right?
I don't know, actually. He might be, but I also get the feeling he is available free-to-play. Because some of the characters are available free-to-play. I think Jungling is. I think... Well, obviously, Amber, Kaya, and Lisa are.
Yes. Let me have a look.
I will say I'm not a huge fan of this bear thing she's got as her elemental skill. It's kind of underwhelming.
No, yeah, it's not amazing, but it might be one of those things. Once it's upgraded, maybe it becomes OP as fuck.
Maybe. That kind of shit takes a long time, though.
True. No. So it looks like Venti isn't available without rolling for him.
Ah, okay.
And
I was just gonna
is
say,
a-
'cause...
and he is a 5-star. He's also a bow user, so that's not good.
This is perfect! Come to me, my little treasure. Oh, my ingredients
Shit.
are attacking me. Help me put him in his place.
I think we know I want Venti not for the gameplay, so...
Yeah. It's not his gameplay, it's his personality.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Now I'm really in a pickle.
I should eat.
Yeah.
I need to eat, like, way more in this game, in general.
Oh, now that makes me hungry to eat in real life.
Based. Eat food. Eating food is healthy for you.
I think it depends what the food is. I'm thinking about ordering KFC, so I don't know if that counts.
Why is this shield so fucking tanky? Holy shit. There we go. I've already taken most of his health bar just because the shield was that tanky.
Hmm. Boom, down it goes.
Get up, dinner time.
I'll laugh if you do get her as a character unlock now.
Lighten up a little.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
World could bring more
Yeah.
Because
Thank
this
you
is
for
like
saving
a
me.
story quest.
Wait,
Yeah.
there's something
Thank
else
you for
to
saving me. I will now join your party.
This must be the boy that Hunter was chasing. But Paimon's never seen one with this pattern before. Where have I seen this before? Aha! It was in the Historia Naturalis of Liyue. This pattern is unmistakable. It belongs to a breed of boar that went extinct 300 years ago. Wow! How is this one still alive after so long? Could be
I read that this boar was hunted to extinction because its meat was so highly prized.
I like how it goes in and out, whether I can actually hear the dialogue through your speakers or not. Sometimes I can hear it clear as day, other times it's completely like muted, even though it's not.
Right, now let's get back to Springvale.
And I have no idea why that is.
So now I have Youngling.
Yep.
Yeah, Constellation. Okay. But what's... Oh yeah, just all the voice lines and shit, 'cause profile. Yeah, so Constellation. Boom. Opponents hit by Guoba's attacks have their pyro res reduced by 15% for 6 seconds.
Nice.
So now I can equip her with something better. All these polearms that I just haven't been using.
Yeah.
Because I've been looting them all, but I've had no one who can equip them.
Now you do.
When characters other than Goro within the AoE of Goro's General's War Banner or General's Glory deal geo damage, the CD of Goro's Inuzaka all-round defense is reduced by 2 seconds. This effect can occur once every 10 seconds. Okay, so when other characters in his AoE buffs deal geo damage, his cooldown for one of his attacks is reduced.
It's pretty good.
I get the feeling he's very much a support character, not a combat character.
Hmm.
Ah! My tail's getting wet. Let's find a fire and dry off.
Look at that fucking dog boy.
One of these is like painfully adorable, and I don't think I've unlocked it yet. Like, he fucking whines because he pets his ears. Like, it's so adorable. Yeah, I'm gonna end up replacing Amber and Yowie.
That's heartbreaking.
Why? Because you want to stare at Amber's thighs?
And Yowie's not too bad. AKA Aether, AKA the Traveler.
But yeah, Jungling honestly might replace Razor as the character that I'm doing most of my combat with.
Yeah.
Like, I love him. Very fun.
Pretty good.
I'll bring my seasonings.
We're going to hunt. Just what will we come across this time? This will be interesting.
Company, fall in!
Boom. 2 dog boys, Eye Patch Man, and Spear Girl.
Oh my god. Ultimate team.
Mm.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
Yeah, let's try combat.
Fall in!
Race you! Nice and spicy.
I'd just like to bring out attention to the fact that I'm at level 1 and successfully dealing with a level 16 enemy here.
Not bad.
That really hurt.
Advance!
Oh, so sorry.
Boom.
Oh my god.
What?
I'm trying not to fall asleep. I shouldn't have stayed up so late last night. Like I said, I know I'm repeating myself, but if I do I don't be on stream, I wouldn't, because know how obnoxious it is when someone's like yawning all the time on a stream, because it makes you want to yawn as well, like the listener.
Hmm. Okay, she's at level 19 and I'm gonna let her grind the rest of it. Because it's like 100 experience away.
Yeah.
I have the materials she needs to ascend. I have all of that. I can make her
you
ascend
go.
as soon as she hits 20.
Fucking, alright, go grind. It'll take like 30 seconds if that's all she needs. It's just like 3 enemies.
First, I should equip her with artifacts.
Yes.
Fuck it, I'm just equipping her with all of Razor's shit. Ooh, I have a 4-star thing. Broken Rhyme. I don't have many 4-star artifacts. I think I've got like 2.
So I'm assuming artifacts in this game are like accessories in most JRPGs.
Yeah, you can equip 5 of them, plus you can equip a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crit damage, energy recharge versus attack, crit rate, defense. Ooh, that's cryo damage though. But is it better? It might be. Yeah, that's better. I'm going with that. Now, Dog Boy.
Get some Purina.
Okay, of course he's not got anything equipped anymore either, so like, Boom.
Oh.
Because I basically just gave Jungling this guy's stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, fucking hell, do I want to start playing Genshin now? God damn it. Stop making me want to play Genshin.
No.
'Cause then
Actually,
I've
yeah,
already got
if you...
enough fucking games.
Actually, yeah, if you don't play Genshin, then you can instead get obsessed with other games I want you to get obsessed with, like Persona. Lol.
Mhm. You know what? I'm telling you right now, if I can find a PlayStation 5, if I can get a PlayStation 5, I will literally play Persona 5. I can't help it, there's a shortage.
I do have other Berserker shit. I could maybe get both of them in Berserker stuff. I can. Ooh, okay. I like that. So both of them are in Berserker gear now. My two powerhouses.
There you go. They're gonna go fucking ham.
Did someone say ham? Dogboy likes ham.
What Dogboy likes ham?
He likes meat.
Look at those. Look at those fucking little ears, though.
I know! Oh my god. And the white tuft in the middle of his hair?
Yep. Only dogs IRL that cute, which I don't think they are, because I don't like dogs at all.
And yet again, it's another boy with the fucking midriff.
Yeah. Oh, look, unfortunately, you don't see much in real life.
Goro is very cute. I wish he was more fun to play. But he's very much a
Yeah.
support character, it looks like.
For sure. There's nothing wrong with that, though. You can chuck him in, do some buffs, pull him out.
So what do I give this guy? I don't think I have any more Berserker shit. What should I give him? Attack. I'm gonna try and give him something from 3. I have better versions of essentially the same shit, so I'm just gonna give Kaya those. I want to keep one of every item at every rank. Like just one.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I do that with most games.
Honestly, I'm gonna fucking keep both of these. Having 2 Berserker sets, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Berserker is all about crit rate, which is very fun. So with 2 pieces, crit rate is 12% higher, and with 4 pieces, when HP is below 70%, crit rate increases by 36 instead of just 12. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out where in-game to display crit rate, which is really annoying, but yeah. Okay, Traveling Doctor. Okay, 2 Berserkers. Crown of Parting.
Seriously, look at this fucking boy.
This looks like it's not a bad accessory. Crit damage, energy recharge, HP, attack 18% up, charged attack crit rate by 30. That looks good, man. Let's see, there's Martial Artist's Bandana. After using elemental skill, increases normal attack and charged attack damage by 25% for 8 seconds. Ooh. For
That's pretty good. Fast elemental.
for specifically Goro, who struggles with damage output, this could be pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm sure this is the most riveting shit for the stream to watch, just planning out setups, but like, this is a JRPG, so...
Yeah. Menu time is to be expected.
Yep, that's 2 of those. Exile. Increases normal attack and that's another martial artist one. Lucky dog. Oh. Wouldn't it be fun for like the novelty to just give this to him?
Yeah, it'd be fitting.
Okay, further refinement coming. That's another resolution of Sojourner one. I have a martial artist one though. And another lucky dog one. Okay.
Nice.
Adventurer's flower. I don't have a lot of variety with the flower ones.
No.
I think I'll just go for that one. 2 martial artists, 2 resolution of sojourners. Do I have any more sojourners? Do I have 4? No, I don't think I do. Okay, I'll stick with 2, 2, and 1 then. Attack 127, damn. But yeah, I'm satisfied with these 4 now. Of course, I haven't leveled this guy up yet, I should do that.
Yep.
Boom. And then I'll just grind him for the rest of it.
Really?
Really? I'll do a bunch of grinding. Ooh, one thing I did off stream, I found out what this island is all about. There's some enemies on here. Once I hit adventure rank 20, there's stuff to do here, like a weird looking portal thing, I think. You get here by coming up to like here, and you have to do a weird trial thing to light up a bunch of stuff, which activates a portal to here. So that's cool. I'll have to check that out later.
Yeah, sounds good.
I reckon I've got about an hour, maybe an hour and a half before I've got to get off stream.
Yeah. I was going to ask, because I was thinking, I finish at 4:30, I was thinking I should probably take my lunch break before then. Although I suppose technically this whole thing has been a lunch break. I haven't done any work in like an hour and a half.
So basically, when you get off of work, let me know so I can get off of streaming, since we basically have to finish at the same time.
Are you sure this is Springvale?
Yes, for the millionth time, yes. But I don't know any of the people you're looking for.
That is not possible. They all live in Springvale. They are my neighbors and friends.
This is strange. What is going on?
I think he was cryogenically frozen and lasted longer than all of his people.
What is it? What? Can humans really live that long? Does that really make sense? Oh, like the way that you keep food fresh.
Still, it's hard to believe.
But it doesn't seem like there's any other sensible explanation.
Okay, so what's your...
Olaf,
Olaf? Oh, I'm sure I've seen that on my family tree. I can't remember which generation it was from, but it was definitely on there.
So, a great-great-great-great-grandfather, but with a whole lot more greats? What an unusual turn of events. Reunited at long last. Isn't that just amazing? Olaf, do you want to come and watch a cooking competition?
Why is that relevant, Jungling?
Told me about the
Oh my
competition.
god.
Everything up at the venue.
Junling's being a stupid bitch.
She's not even being a bitch, she's just so fucking stupid, that's the thing.
Yeah. Same with Paimon though. Paimon always says retarded stuff.
Yeah, but Paimon's just... At least Jungling is entertainingly stupid.
Yeah.
Paimon's just
like,
annoying.
I'm gonna repeat the last thing that was said just so like the audience catches up. Like, she's like exposition device. It's like, you need to go and kill this dragon. What? You're saying we need to kill the dragon? It's like, yeah, Paimon. That's what they said.
Oh, come on. It's so close. There we go. Landed on the
Yeah.
thing.
Nice.
Hi. I'm gonna chase you and you're gonna give me shit.
Oh.
This is the Jungling police. You're under arrest for being too tasty looking. I don't know. Sounds legit for her.
Sounds kind of sexual.
Oh god.
He's chasing after them because they're too tasty looking.
I'm gay, man. I don't
Yeah,
see
but
her
she
that
isn't.
way.
She isn't. She's like, oh, fuck yeah, give me that spirit deep inside of me.
No,
Like
see,
women
she's food
do.
sexual.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she's more like me then.
Shokugeki no Soma is her favourite show because it's all about food porn in both senses of the word.
Hell yeah.
That was a good show, Shokugeki no Soma. It got shit after a while. Like, they just took it a bit too far and it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
Like, season
Or you could stop
4...
being... I was gonna say, or you could stop being pretentious and just call it Food Wars.
Shokugeki no Soma sounds better. Lol. And more people know about it. I don't know. I don't know. I swap between language names on the fly, even with my favourite shit.
Yeah.
I'm bad like that.
Oh, I'll definitely sometimes call certain shows the Japanese name instead of the English translation, but I think Food Wars is a lot more well known. Like, even my friends that don't really watch anime that much, like, oh, that Food Wars show, I saw a gif of it, it was gross. People get grossed out by it because they're like, what is this shit?
I bet that...
Why is everyone...
Wait. Hold up. Deadass, cut the cameras.
Wait, what is happening right now?
Because I'm playing as her.
Ah, it's like a nightmare.
We're ready to cook.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, if it stayed her in the cutscene, that would have been the fucking funniest thing in the world.
Oh,
Mm.
and Sigfria will be my assistant for the competition.
Then let the cooking
It's like,
I will be your
No,
judge.
don't do that. What do you do?
And don't worry, I may have known Brooke for longer, but I will remain entirely impartial.
Much appreciated. Well then, Traveler, Paimon, prepare. Wait, we're taking part in this too? Of course. If Brooke has an assistant, you guys will have to be mine. I'll need you by my side when the going gets tough. Paimon doesn't remember applying for that job. Okay, Paimon will do it for the sake of the food.
Paimon will do it for the sake of food. Paimon knows what she likes.
Paimon worst girl.
Paimon worst girl, but she'll do it for the food because she knows what she is about.
But does she
I
like...
can relate to that.
I'm sure there are some cursed people on the internet who've gone, but does she like cream Paimons?
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sure. I bet.
Where's this? There it is. Okay. I was looking for the fucking third
There
one.
you go.
It's over there, though.
No. Slipstream.
Yeah, that fucker's hiding in the bushes. That's mean.
Yeah. There you go. Well, got it. Got him.
Let's go that way. Character screen. I forgot that she can, like, equip thing. Dressing room. Wing of companionship.
Oh, damn, that's cool looking. I don't think you could change the outfits.
I don't have, like, any outfits to change to, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna keep her in... I think I'm gonna keep Dog Boy in the Wings of First Flight. They look a bit more animal.
Okay.
Almost there.
Help Jean during the cooking showdown.
Where is the thing?
Oh, who's Sick Freya? She's cute.
She's just an NPC.
I know, but she's cute. She's wearing like a I forget which character I'm thinking. From a different game, but she looks just like someone else.
No, I mustn't. I'm here to help.
Eyes on the prize, eyes on the prize.
I'll keep my eyes on your prize, is what I would say if you were male.
Oh my god.
Oh, there she is. Bastard. Stop running away from me, twin sister.
Our first problem is ingredients. We need something special to dress up the steak, but I don't have anything suitable here. I got it! Radish is what we need. Mashed or grated, it'll add a touch of freshness. And we can carve little flowers out of it as a garnish. 2 birds, 1 stone. Go find me a radish. There should be some in the area. Oh, and make sure you wash it because it's going straight into the dish. Come on, let's wash the radish in the lake.
Oh no, my radishes. Please tell me you got that. Please tell me you got that.
I get it, I get it. What's his name?
Cabbage Man.
Yeah, Cabbage Man.
Trouble during the competition. I don't think we should risk it. Go get him. Wowie! Now, how about... Xiangling, look out! The pan's on fire! Oh no! It's gonna burn! It's gonna burn! It's gonna burn! Get the fire under control! Without using water, though, or this dish is a goner!
Cool it.
Shit.
Dodge this.
Okay. That worked.
Also, I'm thinking our main is a little weak. We need to mix it up a bit. Make me a mushroom chicken skewer. And make sure it's got that ooh la la on the outside. Then hits you with the cha-ching in the middle. Just make it taste friggin' awesome!
What's the hurry?
You're a natural. The meat is on track, but we're aiming for perfection here. And I just think it lacks a certain what? A certain boom shakalaka. Yes, definitely needs some boom shakalaka. Or perhaps a little shakalaka boom pow. I just mean it would be a waste of such amazing ingredients to just serve this as is. Let me see. What would be ideal is some kind of regional specialty. Regional specialty? Yes, something that's native to this area but isn't often used in cooking. I don't care if it flies, crawls, or bounces. Even insects I can work with. Interesting choice. I'm sure I can make something of it. Alright then.
Oh my god. Yowie,
What?
we almost made it through a clean run. Well, I need to go do some work. I just got
Damn it.
thinking about a job. We did a pretty good, that was a pretty good run though. We had like, I don't know what time we started. I think it was 1 o'clock or midday maybe? I don't remember exactly.
It's been nearly 3.5 hours.
That's pretty fucking incredible that I have not done any work other than like checking one email and replying when there was a lull. That's pretty good.
Do you really want to add that? It's a little odd.
I don't know, I don't care.
Fine. This is an excellent find, guys. Now, if you'll excuse me, Chef Shang.
Do you, I don't know how long it'll be. What time will you be streaming to? Because I could either just mute myself, or I might just finish up. Depends. How long do you reckon you're going for?
I reckon...
I don't know how long this thing's gonna take. I could be gone 5 minutes, I could be gone an hour. Not sure.
I reckon I'm gonna be streaming until about 4:30. I'll probably still be playing the game after that, but I'm gonna finish the stream at 4:30.
Okay.
So like an hour-ish from now.
Alright, well what I'll do then is I'll put my headset down, and then in case I'm only 5 minutes I'll come back. Otherwise, thank you for letting me stream with you, and letting me contribute.
Thank you for joining. You're welcome anytime.
Oh, thank you. Right. Well, either way, this may be premature because that might might be something super basic. But I am still technically at work, so I have to heed the call when it comes.
Okay.
But yeah, so either I'll talk to you in a little bit. Otherwise, thank you for having me, and any viewers and rewatchers in particular. Thank you for. Hope you enjoyed my commentary, and yeah, I'm sure I will talk again anyway.
Thank you for joining. Now you go take care of work.
Always.
And
Thanks,
I'm
yeah.
gonna take care of this bastard.
You go for it. When I come back, I want to see progress.
Okay.
Alright, see ya.
Looks like Sean Wing's main dish is almost done. Let's go and see. I almost forgot. Side dish. We need a side dish. Are you sure it's no trouble? Here, take this. I just got it down at the last minute. And here are all the ingredients we need. Is this the recipe for that snack you gave us earlier? Yes, with some minor improvements so it uses up the leftover ingredients from Liyue. This is so complicated. How are we supposed to cook this with no experience? The technique doesn't matter. What matters is that you do it with passion. That's what my father taught me. And you must be passionate about cooking if you've helped me this much already. I trust you guys.
I'm really not. You're just forcing me to do this.
Confident. I like it. Come on, this is the final push.
I got a recipe out of it at least. Increases all party members' attack by that amount and crit rate. Damn, that's good. I haven't been using any of the, like, buff skills enough.
coming a mile away. We're all set. And now to serve the meal. This competition is ours.
I liked this mission. I mean, I was shit at it and I wasn't really paying attention, but I like the idea of this mission.
This was a fine feast. I have dined today like I have never dined before. Both chefs' dishes today were nothing short of exceptional. They were true masterpieces. And that is what makes this an extremely difficult decision. But this is a competition, and there can only be one winner. And that winner is Shangling.
Loopy! I win!
I thought I was sure to win with pork chops so fresh they were practically still grunting. But it turns out that's still no match for the taste of extinct boar.
Excuse me? Did you say this was cooked from extinct boar?
Yep, every last bit.
My goodness. A single mouthful must be worth 100,000 mora. The amount you'd make if you sold this could support every hunter in town for years to come.
The main thing is that you enjoyed eating it. I don't care about the mora. Anyway, now our judge has given his verdict. It's time for everyone else to eat too. I made plenty. Meanwhile, I want to try Brooke's dish.
This is absolutely delicious. I'll admit it, I was beaten by the best.
Losing is no fun, but it was worth it for the chance to eat such superb cooking. Please, Shanling, I want some more. This is gorgeous too. Such a perfectly layered texture. Were it not for that exquisite boar and excellent side dish, it's hard to say if I still would have won. Paimon's turn to eat.
I will have a taste too. Oh my. This is the taste of Springvale. Or rather, it used to be. This is the last time I will be able to taste the food of my era.
Hey now, cheer up. If you like the taste, I can always make you some more.
Really? But the boar, it's extinct.
The boar may be, but the taste isn't. I can simply recreate it using different ingredients.
Based.
Putting a smile on customers' faces is what we chefs are called to do.
Thank you.
A good time was had by all. But everyone's gone now. Let's go and say goodbye to Xiangling. Ta-da! Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Xiangling. I'm a chef from Liyue. My favorite place is the chicken. Hello.
Wait, so...
Nice to meet you. My name is Xiangling. I'm a chef from Liyue. My favorite place is the chicken. I mean, the kitchen. I practiced so hard, but I still...
Okay, so I got jungling anyway, but this is a different event. Okay. Cool.
Thanks, you guys! Without your help, I don't know how it would have gone today. And without you, Paimon wouldn't have gotten to try so many new tasty snacks. Also wouldn't have gotten so full. Not sure. I'll probably start heading back to Liyue, but I might change my plan on the way. I don't like to plan things too thoroughly. Who knows? Maybe you'll bump into me out in the wild again. Must be nice to be so carefree. You are a gifted chef. You made an amazing batch of jade parcels. Come and visit me at the Wanmin restaurant sometime. I did promise I'd cook for you. And if you want, I'll teach you how to cook some of my latest inventions too. How did you know what dish I was thinking of? See you again soon.
Mondstadt gastronomy trip. No, I'm not gonna level her up yet. Can I ascend him? I can ascend him. Boom. Hope you'll come to love mushrooms too. Yeah, I sure do love mushrooms. Definitely the food kind and not at all the psychedelic kind. I promise. This is a kid-friendly channel. I mean, no it's not. It's very much not a kid-friendly channel, but you know. One thing I don't like about this game is that you can still get afflicted with your own status ailment. I wish, like, fire people were immune to being lit on fire, or ice people were immune to being frozen. Because it seems like enemies are immune to that sort of stuff if they're those types, so I wish the heroes were as well. I wish it was more equal. I'm not a fan of combat systems where they don't have, like, equal opportunities a lot of the time. Okay, original resin can be used to revitalize petrified trees, ley line blossoms. Doing so grants great treasure. Will gradually regenerate back to its limit over time, can be immediately replenished by spending primo gems. So, lots of gacha games, for those who are unaware, lots of gacha games have, I'm going to refer to them as stamina bars. Basically, to do things, you spend a specific resource that regenerates over time. This game uses resin, and it's essentially the same thing. Yeah, I do love how much of this game is accessible without spending resin at all. There's another Acquaint Fate.
Not bad.
Ooh, she can ascend. Do I want to? Yeah, I think I want to.
Yeah, as fast as...
He just needs a gold one, but I can get that from the souvenir shop if I remember correctly.
Yeah, as fast as riding the wind.
Yeah, I want to quickly grind up Zhongling. I might actually go for this one, just because it's got the level up books. I think the level up books are going to be more useful than the Mora overall, because you can never have enough level up books. I don't know if these like respawn or something. I hope they do. Send 3 characters to phase 1. Complete an expedition. Haven't done that yet. Collect 3 rewards from Blossoms of Wealth or Blossoms of Revelation. Visit that statue. I'm assuming the story, like the Archon quest, is going to take me there. Damn, that is a nice shot. Damn, that is a good fucking sunrise slash sunset, I can't tell. Boom. Take that. I'm a badass chick with a big spear. Killed it.
Follow my lead.
Yes, I do love this general. He's very cute. Best dog boy.
Charge!
Cool, shake and ascend.
Oh, wow, this feels great. Like
Okay. So now it's Goro's turn.
Pull it!
So is there any difference between L2 and charged? Ooh no, more people.
Charge! Rally!
nice and spicy.
Let's see, where's the shield one?
The frying pan into the fire.
Good, okay.
Shake it off. Advance.
Boom. Yes, I'll spend it. Give me all the things. It's over there. Who's asking for stuff? Is it just level ups? I think it's just level ups. Yeah, he just needs gold. They both need the same ascension material, don't they? Brilliant diamond silver. Perithia topaz silver. Okay, so they are different. I want topaz for Goro. But look at the tail. Oh, I just want to scratch that tail. It looks so fluffy and adorable. And his ears. God, he's perfect. Best archer. Best dog boy general, we stan. Wow, that's already regen. How do I check on my resin?
Strong body shows strength and instills confidence. Others around you. I must always stand.
Sorry for any background noise, that's probably Grandad, if you can hear it. You might not be able to, but you might be. Who knows? If you can, that's what it is, and sorry, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Right now, I use the living room as my streaming room, because my house is fairly small. When I eventually move in, I don't know, a few years, I guess, I'm probably going to, like, start heading out. I'll get a streaming room, and then I'll be able to control the acoustics a lot more.
Charge!
God, these fuckers are beefy.
Fall in!
So what are his talents exactly? What's the difference between this? AoE geo damage and sets up a generous wall barrier. Okay, so this does damage. Provides up to 3 buffs to active characters within the skill's AoE, based on the number of geo characters in the party at the time of casting. Okay, so he's very... He wants to be paired up with geo characters, and it's not going to do a whole lot with anyone else. Okay. So that's mostly just AoE damage right now. Can only deploy one at a time. Can only benefit from one at a time. When a party member leaves the field, the active buff will last for 2 seconds. Just the location of the skill. Defense increase 206. I guess I get to take more damage with it. Versus this. AoE geo damage. Okay, similar to the last one, active amount of geo characters in the party also moves together with your active character. If a general's war banner created by Goro currently exists on the field when this ability is used, it will be destroyed. Okay, so you can't have both. In addition, yeah, you can't create it. Okay. Crystal collapse damage. So if nothing else, this seems to be a good defense increase now, I think. I think I'm understanding that correctly. So how do I get these? Oh, character ascension. Okay, so I'm about to get that. That's not bad.
Everyone on me! Charge!
Oh, I see Bow Boy is getting a workout.
Yep, you're back earlier than I expected.
Dude, when you're fucking as good as your job as I am, everything is easy peasy.
Well, that's convenient. Yeah, so, Bowboy is better in combat than I gave him credit for. I don't think... He's still not as good as, like, Jungling and Razor and Kaya, but he's not bad. Like, he's not horrible to use or anything like that. Oh, shit.
Yeah. For sure. I'll stick around for a minute and then I will go just because I want to try and do some stuff before I finish my shift. But I wanted to come and see a little bit more because I wanted to see how you were going. So have I missed anything? I'm assuming it was just grinding primarily? Or?
Yeah, mostly just grinding, menuing, looking at shit. If we go to the character menu, I've started ascending a bunch of characters to level 40.
Yeah.
So, I've still got them at level 20, but they can start earning up until level 40. These two are ready to ascend, but I don't quite have the materials needed for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, mostly just messing around, grinding.
Yeah, for sure.
One thing I wish was, like, a thing is... Enemies, like fire enemies, seem to be immune to getting burnt. Ice enemies seem to be immune to getting frozen. I wish the same was true of party members. So, like, fire party members couldn't get burnt. Especially by their own attacks, at least. But,
I agree with you. I think that'd be a good compromise, even if they could still be attacked by that element, but if they could not do it to themselves, because friendly fire is always bullshit. Like, I've never playing a game and I'm like, oh, I'm glad that I injured myself. Just one of those things, Yowie.
Yeah.
One of those things.
One of those things. So I've been going to a few Leyline Blossoms, which I unlocked recently, and they require you to spend the gacha stamina currency thingy. It's called resin in this game. And you earn stuff from them. Like, these ones give you experience books and stuff. These ones give you a shitload of Mora. Yeah. I'm gonna head to this one.
Yeah,
I'm picking experience books over Mora. I think that's gonna be more useful in the long run to me.
Yeah. Mora. Well, with drops, sometimes you get a little less and a little more. Oh, come on. That was worth something.
Lol.
Not much. It wasn't worth fucking much, but it was worth something.
I was distracted by fire. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Like Goro's ears and tail. Ooh, speaking of fire, can I blow shit up? Yep, I can. Call me General Hiroshima because I'm about to drop a fucking nuclear bomb on y'all.
Oh my god.
That was terrible. That was really terrible.
Yeah. For all of our Japanese viewers, I would really like to apologize for the grossly inappropriate comments that my colleague just made.
My colleague. Lol, you think you're a colleague already, do ya?
Yeah, that's right, I do.
Well, good thing
will
I agree
say-
with you.
I was gonna say, I will say, while it was a little rude, it's not as much as my other friend who consistently says whenever anything weird happens with anime or hentai or whatever, 2 nukes wasn't enough.
Oh god, yeah, that's one you hear a lot in the anti-anime crowd.
Yeah.
2 nukes
Which
weren't
I mean,
enough. Anime is trash.
I mean, it has its point, I guess. They do some very strange things. But we love them. We love them.
Yeah, can I
mean-
not get set on fire by my own attacks, please? Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
at least that much, surely, isn't too much to ask for.
No. Look at his little paw pad thing. I didn't even notice that his icon is a paw pad.
It's because it's a buff icon.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay, from his buff spells.
Yep. It
Okay,
looks
that's
like
still
he's
buffing
very
too,
focused on specifically being paired up with Geo characters.
Okay.
Like his buffs only really work when you have Geo characters in the party, which is less useful than I would like, but you know, I'll make it work.
Yeah. I think it's better if you're really interested in having like a Geo build, like of just Geo characters.
I mean, thankfully, Adataki Ito is another Geo character, so those two will work together. Apparently, there's not many Geo characters in the game. Like, there's Zhongli is a third one. I don't know of any others. Apparently, it's like the rarest type for characters to be.
Okay.
But yeah, I think with a Geo build, Goro would be really good, and he's just okay when he's not.
Yeah, for sure.
But he very much feels like a support character for your more main damage dealers like Ito. God, Ito looks like he's going to be so much fun. I hope I get him.
You're fucking standing Ito so hard.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. I don't know, I just think it's going to be really difficult playing him just with that giant erection.
Wow, okay. That was blatant.
Yeah, well. I don't know, man. I don't know. You like Ito a lot. I like him too. I like his character design, but I think you're sleeping on Goro. I know he's like,
I'm not really sleeping on
style.
Goro, to be honest. I do love him. I had like a squeeze session while you were gone.
Oh, that's good. Okay, so see, I've come back to that. I'm happy to hear that because I really like his character design.
Yeah, it's mostly just comparing a great character design to already top 5 characters in fiction.
Yeah.
Like, have you heard a bunch of his voice lines and shit? Ito is just so perfect. He raps happy birthday to you.
Nice.
Yet another stunning performance from our man, the myth, the legend, Max Misselman.
Yeah, it do be like that.
But yeah, Goro's great. It's just not the one I'm super duper excited for. He's not the one I literally started this game just so I could obtain.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I feel that.
Speaking of, Goro was not doing well health-wise. I'm probably trying to take on a bit too much with him. I feel like doing crowds with him is a bad idea.
Yeah, he might be better at like not crowd control, but like one-on-one. Like maybe bosses and stuff, buffing you.
Or like far away enemies and shit.
Yeah, sniping and stuff.
Soon I'm gonna unlock when I ascend him, I'm gonna unlock a talent for him that makes everyone in the party's defense go up whenever he uses his buffs.
Oh shit, that's good.
So that's gonna be decent. That's gonna give him a lot
Yeah.
more utility right off the bat. I just need to
sure.
buy the material that gives him that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of these two new characters I've got.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad they're both good. Well, they both look good.
Eventually I need to learn all of these elemental matchups and shit.
Yeah. That's all good. You're still in the early stages anyway.
I haven't even finished the prologue yet, because I've been not doing it for most of it. Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah. That's fine.
I mean, it's an open world game, it's like designed to do that. I want to try and do side missions before I do prologue.
Yeah.
Or at least like try to pace it so I'm doing them at a decent spread. Like when this main story tells me to go to new places, I'll go to them.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if the story stuff scales or not. Like, I wonder if you'll just absolutely just chew through the story bosses, or if it actually scales up with you.
No, I don't think it does. I think the world eventually starts scaling with me, but like missions don't.
The world scales with you?
Yeah, eventually. It hasn't started scaling yet, but it starts at like adventure rank 20.
That was the world ends with you reference.
Oh,
Joke.
oh wow. Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, the world. No, that's right. Of all people, I'm surprised that you missed that, because anyone else I would expect it, because they'd be like, what the fuck is the world ends with you? But I was like...
I think it just
Sure.
entirely went in one ear and out the other. Because I'm your favorite
know,
I'm your favorite
I was-
ASD nightmare.
I was just... You beat me to it. Beat me to it.
Yeah, look at how cute he is.
He is very freaking cute.
The fluffy tail that waves when he sprints. Oh.
He is a cutie.
Okay, I've got 2 more leyline blossoms before I need to regen.
Everyone on me! Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
I cannot believe how much time I've spent today streaming with you.
Yeah, streaming takes up a surprising amount of time when you actually think about it.
Yeah.
Like, my general window for streaming is about 6 hours.
Yeah.
I usually don't actually make it that long, but the intended window is like 10 to 4.
Yeah.
Like, that's... because it gives me a few hours in the day before I actually need to start working, so I can just chill for a bit.
Yeah,
but it
for
also,
sure.
yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I also just meant it in the context of the fact that I am technically working today. Like, the fact that I've been streaming with you for, what, we've been doing it for like 3 hours? Maybe more than that?
Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of this team I've got now. It feels a lot more rounded and decent.
Yeah.
Because it's 4 different weapons, 4 different elements. Everyone feels useful and fun, like in their own ways. Kaya is a bit less interesting now, because polearms and swords are very similar in their, like, speed and shit. And polearms are a bit better. But, you know, that's fine. Better than catalysts. Fuck catalysts.
Yeah.
Catalysts being the magic weapons to anyone who isn't aware. I don't use them much, so they probably don't show on the streams much. I think this is going to be the last Leyline Blossom? Yeah, last one. Yeah, Razor is still very fun for like the slow heavy, but Jungling's my favourite of the faster ones for now.
Yeah.
I can't decide if I like Kaya or the Traveler more. They're very similar. I feel like I could probably just swap between the two of them a fair amount. Because they're the same weapon, but they're different element types, and that has differences in how they play.
Yeah.
This moment will be frozen in time.
And then of course Razor's got his wolf shit, which is just awesome. This game's fun. I feel like when it gets annoying, it's going to be really annoying, but for now it's really fun.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were going to say something, weren't you?
When?
Like, just as I said, I feel like this game is going to be either fun or annoying.
Oh, no. No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, I was gonna, but it was nothing super interesting.
Mm-hmm. What am I going to do now? I think I'm going to head to the Adventurers Guild. Redeem my rewards, because I'm adventure rank 15 now. Oh, that means... Ooh. I'm pretty close to unlocking multiplayer. Because you unlock
nice.
multiplayer at rank 16.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, boom. Let's see, do you have anything new, Blacksmith? Not really. How about to sell? You'll find no second-rate items at Wagner's. Literally only sells 2-star weapons.
Nice.
Which are not difficult to find at all. But sure. No second-rate weapons. Let's see, what else is there? This is the place to buy a bunch of Ascension materials. I want this one. This one I need for Goro. He doesn't sell the one for... Sorry, she. She doesn't sell the one I need for bloody Aether, though. Or Yaoi.
Yeah.
Traveler. Protagonist.
Protag, the guy.
I have a shitload of all of these. I bought 100 of them each, like yesterday, because I have so much Mora right now. So much stuff. I don't like the potions in this game. The potions in this game are entirely just do more element damage or resist more element damage. There's nothing else. So no speed, no general attack up, nothing. No stamina, speed.
Excuse me.
Oh no, you've got COVID.
No, I know, right?
I hope it's not actually COVID.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah. You were there for so little.
I was there so little, and well, I was gonna say young, relatively young. I'm not old. Let's put it that way. It's usually the elderly that get it really badly.
Yeah.
Like curves upwards, you know, like 60, 70, 80, goes up, 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 up.
I don't want to craft anything right now. Do I want to cook anything? I don't know, maybe. Hi.
Oh,
Can I get food to go?
Oh, a woman that cooks. Oh my god.
Ooh, I can purchase recipes. Purchase.
Just do it.
Purchase. Cool, I own at least one of all of these, so they'll be in my archive.
Nice.
Learn, learn. Okay, so what did I actually learn? Mint jelly. So that
Yum.
needs... That does sound very delicious, actually. It depends on how strong the mint is, though.
Yeah, you don't want it too strong.
Because soft,
Oh,
mild...
Oh, sorry, you go, yeah. No, you go.
Soft, mild, minty stuff is great, but if you make it too minty, it gets, like, difficult to eat.
Yeah.
You were about to say something?
No, I was gonna say, it's just perfect timing coming into Christmas with, fucking mint jelly. With goddamn turkey or chicken or whatever your preferred white meat is.
Tea break
Don't say
pancake.
boys.
I feel like I'm gonna want a fuckload of flour.
No. Carb eating bitch.
Lol. So I'm just gonna
Just like
like
in real life.
I'm just gonna dump all of this. Confirm. Because a lot of stuff likes a lot of flour, so I'm just gonna make a shitload of it. I'll buy the wheat back some other way. Sugar's another one. I feel like I should make a lot of these component things. Maybe I do need this chick again. I'll buy more things. I should remember to ascend him
back to
though.
waifu. Going back to fucking cooking waifu.
And Goro can now get to level 40.
Nice.
Ascending characters seems to give you a quaint fate, which is, I believe, the permanent gacha roll currency versus the event one. Did you just see he like reached out to touch the butterfly?
No, I didn't see that.
That was adorable. There was a butterfly flying past. There was a butterfly flying past, and he went to like reach at it, which is adorable.
Oh, now he's checking his iPhone.
No,
He's gone. He's over it. Do it again. Come on, Gar, be cute. Do the thing. Okay, well.
we have high quality goods at honest prices. Sure you do.
Yeah. Motherfucking we.
There's no max button here? That sucks. Purchase.
Yep.
Purchase. Yep. You can never have too many ingredients. In before I literally prove the opposite with an inventory limit or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, I'm gonna use you for some experimentation now, not in the way that you'd hope. This headset, I'm just trying to check. I'm trying to see where the mute button is, because it's not marked. I just want to see. Can you still hear me?
Yep, I can still hear you.
Okay. Evidently, that's not.
should probably spend a bit less. I've spent enough for today. What were these special souvenirs again? These were things. Okay. I'm guessing they're better for like multiplayer emotes, essentially. Ooh. I can buy more of these. God, these are expensive. Fucking hell. Okay. No, I can only buy 4. 6, 40, 747. Okay, so 1632. That's so at 800 I can buy enough for another 10 roll. Okay. Cool. Awesome. That's not a lot more. Maybe I can like look at some chests and shit later. Because opening chests gives you some, I think. I'm sure I'll find a way. There's really not a lot, so... Let's see... What are my quests right now? Ooh, another story quest. I don't know if I want to get started on it yet, though. Because I want to stop streaming soon. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save it for next time. Yeah, I'll save it for next time. Let's see, other than that then... Talk to Timaeus. God, it's so fucking hot in here. Why is it so hot? I'll be back in a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry for the break. God, it is way too hot.
Yeah. By the way, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I was fucking around with my mic for ages. That's why I was gone for like 5 minutes. It's just a nightmare. Yeah, it is super hot. I don't know what's going on in Australia right now.
Can't it at least just pick one? Rainy thunderstorms or super hot?
Yeah.
Why do we have to have both? It's not fair.
Yeah. Life's not fair.
So while you were gone, I was talking about how there's one more character story quest to do.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna save it for next stream, because I don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a good stopping off point.
Then again, doing it now would probably be good, so I can go straight into the Archon tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that actually.
We should be able to create some pretty awesome stuff.
This must be your alchemist's workbench.
That's right. Why not give it a go yourself? You'll be fine. The procedure's actually very simple. If you're in.
Okay, the fucking video's not working. I'm just gonna go stop it.
So what am I gonna be forced to make?
Okay, there we go.
Increase all party members' pyro res by 25% for 300 seconds. Yeah, I think I'll just make this. Cool.
What we're really doing is following the methods of the ancients as best we can. Much as one who uses a wind glider needs not understand how it was built in order to glide. The difference with alchemy is that every time I think I finally understand how it's supposed to work, something totally unexpected happens. To be honest with you, I just don't know.
His lips aren't moving. They haven't bothered animating that.
That's weird.
Okay, sorry, Granddad came to the room, so I did talk to him for a sec.
Over the course of your adventures, you should come across some alchemist notes from ancient civilizations. And as your adventure rank increases, more recipes will become available to you.
Why are you so obsessed with other Paimons? Do I no longer satisfy your primordial needs?
No, you don't, and you never did, because you suck and I hate you.
Oh my god.
You are a fascinating pair, I must say. Well, see.
Yes, fascinating is certainly a word.
Good fortune on your path ahead.
Yeah, they didn't they didn't animate any lip flaps on him.
Yeah. I was like, you need to animate. Your lips just...
Call me Shakira because these lips do lie.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die of COVID.
Please don't. Who else am I going to talk to?
That's true.
I mean, there's Mirth. Yeah, I don't need
That's
you.
true.
You're worthless. Who needs you?
Oh. Oh.
I'm kidding.
That's
I'm
rude.
kidding. That was a
Hope she gets
joke.
job. Like, I hope her job interview goes well.
So do I.
I don't really know her, but just as a human being, I hope her interview goes well.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna do Lisa's quest.
If you're borrowing a book, please register it in the log. The restricted section is currently not lending any books. Oh, it's you, little cutie. It's so good to
Oh
see
my
you.
god.
More refreshing than a strong cup of tea in the afternoon.
your
Fucking
Mexican
ada
girlfriend.
ada.
You don't seem to have your heart in it at all.
I mean, other than Jean, who really works that earnestly anyway? So, did you have something you needed? Or did you just come to see me? Ooh, a smooth talker. Not what I was expecting.
So, Miss Librarian, got any books to recommend?
Recommended books. Sadly, everything I'd personally recommend is all in the restricted section, which we're not currently lending out.
What's with your ominous tone?
Oh, right. Would you be interested in checking out the Devat travel guide?
Tevat. Right, okay. Finally heard it pronounced.
Sounds like it could be helpful. Do you think we could take a peek?
I suppose I can try to find you a copy from the list.
Isn't this Lisa's job? What does she mean, I suppose?
Oh dear. That's unfortunate. Our copy is currently being borrowed. That said, it is now overdue. Come to think of it, quite a few of our books are now overdue. I really wish people would just return their books on time.
Whoa, is Paimon imagining things, or does the air in here suddenly feel a lot more electrified?
Such a pain. I'm going out to bring those unreturned books back. If you'd rather get your hands on that copy of the Tevat travel guide sooner, you'd better come with me.
Lisa seems really scary right now. Paimon thinks it would be best if you answer her.
You really are such a considerate cutie. Let's see. First, we can go to the souvenir shop. It's called With Wind Comes Glory. So let's meet there shortly.
Troublesome work. Okay, let's see how quickly we can do this.
Cutie, you're here. Let's begin, shall we? Hello, Marjorie. Any exciting new items in stock? Why so surprised? Today is such a special day. It's only natural that I'd want a souvenir to remember it by. Since we came all this way, why don't we put our official business to one side for a moment? All work and no play makes life terribly mundane.
Well, if it's a souvenir you're after, you're in the right place. I'm sure you'll find something that strikes your fancy, Lisa. Or you could let your new friend pick something out for you. Make it more of an occasion.
Yes, yes! Let us pick!
Take a look around. There's sure to be something she'll love.
Choose a gift for Lisa. There are 2 blank options.
Oh, that's not good. Well, maybe later. Pick maybe later, I'd say. Unless we see all our options. She's not going to want bloomers. And Ragged Old Scroll, maybe,
Soft,
actually?
fluffy, and very comfortable. Certain
my
to make a
God.
little girl, well, in this case a woman, look
Okay,
quite
maybe there's no
adorable.
wrong answer. Maybe it's
After
all, they all
it's the
win.
same kind worn by toy dolls. They're practically a badge of cuteness.
Bloomers? I'm sure to attract some strange looks if I dress up like a small child in public. Do you have some strange hobby you're not telling me about?
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
No.
Take a look around. They're
Okay, so they're revealing them now.
This is a historical relic retrieved from some ruins by one of the Adventurers Guild. Sure, there's a bit of wear and tear, but this thing in the painting must be well over 1,000 years old. Though it doesn't make much sense to me.
My goodness. This is one of the 3 lost scrolls that make up the Northern Border Wind investigation. What is it doing here?
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the one I pick.
Take a look around.
But I'm going to see the others first.
This is the toy doll I was talking about earlier. Doesn't she look lovely in those shorts? look a little bit terrifying, doesn't it? I wonder if you could find some other use for it.
Voodoo doll, have you lost your mind? What could I have possibly done to deserve this?
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
No.
Take a look around. Take a look around. Me? You're asking me? I feel like Lisa is the well-educated type. Ah, that's right. I heard she enjoys items of historical interest. Take a look around. There's sure to be something she'll love. This is a new arrival. It took 3 adventurers to carry this big boy back from the ruins where they found it. It comes with a lot of history, as well as a lot of weight.
You do have strange tastes. If this is your way of saying you want to be my knight in shining armor, I'd rather you just say the words instead.
You sure? Can't change again once you've made...
Take a look around.
Let's take the scroll.
Sure, there's a bit of wear and tear.
My goodness.
You sure?
My. You clearly know a treasure when you see
Hell
it.
yeah.
This is a
Scroll
work
time.
of unparalleled significance for the research of ancient people's understanding of the elements. I will gladly accept it. Goodness, is that the time? Marjorie, one last thing. About the legend of Vanessa.
Oh, so you're a fan of the gallant Lady Vanessa too? Why didn't you say so? I have all sorts of items I could recommend. For example, this lion's tooth pendant with Vanessa's name carved into it. It was once a medal awarded to a knight by the great lady herself. Oh my goodness. I do apologize. I got so excited when you mentioned Vanessa. I didn't know that book was overdue, even though I take it with me everywhere. I can't believe I didn't put 2 and 2 together as soon as I saw you here. Here you go.
Well, since you look up to Lady Vanessa so very much, please be more punctual next time.
Yes, Lisa. I will be, Lisa.
Let's go and find the next overdue book.
Oh wow, there's a lot of them. Okay.
Look, there will definitely be something that catches you.
Race you!
Welcome to Good Hunter.
3!
Oh, my apologies. Please sit wherever you like and call.
So we're gonna eat...
Why, of course. The stress of work really takes the pleasure out of eating, don't you think?
What about this is stressful? You're asking for a book back. It's nothing.
What does Lisa like to eat? She's been here a few times with Master Jean for afternoon tea before. I think she normally orders something vegetarian. A lady tends to eat cautiously on account of her physique, after all. On that note, I should probably be watching my own diet a little more. What does Lisa like? She's been here a few... A lady tends...
Okay, so... something vegetarian.
I imagine that making a good vegetable soup takes good at least, those are the principles that apply when one is making potions. But from what I've heard, soup making was a popular pastime among the witches of the past.
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
Screw it, I'm turning on the fucking aircon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if you guys can hear it, but I just can't keep going. It's too hot in here.
That's okay. Well, the stream's ending soon anyway.
Yeah.
It's been on the whole time already.
Finished.
You enjoy a relaxing mealtime.
Surprised. A truly enchanting dish.
Oh, I can feel it already.
I am simply premium elemental energy after that.
Jokes on them. I've never relaxed in my entire life.
I'm so full.
Yeah, so full of shit. Fuck off.
Time's getting on. Suppose I should carry on with this ghastly thing called work. Let's have a little chat with Sarah about her life
I think Goro's gonna become my new default walking around person.
Okay.
Because he's cute.
Call for the day.
Oh cool, this is the last one.
Couples are our specialty. Let me know what you'd like and I'll wrap them up nicely for you.
Oh, yes. Now, which book was it that has the line, "A date without flowers is a date without romance"? Why, it just so happens that I would be my kindest cutie.
Some flowers for Miss Lisa? What would you like? Dandelions are one of our classics, and a personal favorite of Miss Flora, the shop owner. I know what you're thinking. Most flower shops don't sell dandelions. They're a nuisance to care for. Perhaps Miss Flora likes the sense of floating away to a faraway land with the dandelion.
Can I just say the name Miss Flora is just so stereotypical.
Gives people the same impression.
Like,
Yeah,
wow.
little on the nose. Yeah, a little on the nose.
It's like naming a fucking weed smoker Miss Mary Jane. Like, really?
Make your mind up.
Or Anita Bonghit.
Flowers for Miss Lisa.
God.
Yeah, that's right, I went there.
Mist flowers over there in the corner. But don't touch them with your bare hands. You'll get frostbite. You want them? You're sure? What an unusual choice. It's just that Lisa seems to use electrode quite a lot. Things could get a little bit dangerous.
You sure? Can't.
Well, do you want to know something, Yowie?
What?
It is now, right now, as of a couple seconds ago, 4:30 p.m.
Yep.
So that means not only the pending end of your stream, but also the end of my workday now.
Damn.
I could.
Well, as soon as I finish this story quest, I'm gonna end the stream, so...
Right. Would you like me to stick around so we can do the goodbyes together, like to the audience?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick.
That's alright, take your time. I know you got to finish up because obviously it's getting late, I know you.
Yeah.
Only have to make way when people come home.
I can see you put a lot of thought into this. Have you ever heard of the Witch of Purple Rose before? I thought that after returning to Mondstadt, I wouldn't have the chance to see fresh roses again. This seems like a good sign. Okay, time to get back to business. Donna, do you know why we're here?
I cannot be imagining how flirty she is.
Yeah, she is very flirty.
Once again, we see a total lack of respect for literature. The Pale Princess and the Six
God,
Penguins.
please fucking just step on me.
Okay, but like, Zhongli, please step on me.
Which one's
Arataki
Zhongli
Ito?
again?
It'd be easy to look him up.
Right, I'll Google it. Zhongli. I know I'll probably spell it wrong.
Yeah, I'll see if I can pull it up from the character archive out of this cutscene.
No, it's alright. Zhongli.
I lost the book a while back.
Zhongli. Genshin.
Almost due.
Oh, Zhongli. Okay, of course I totally spelled it wrong. But yeah, I get it.
Nothing. It's like somebody stole it. It should have been there on my bedside table, right where I left it.
Uh-oh. That Lisa does some crazy things when she gets mad.
I heard that. Well, if it really was stolen, Donna's done nothing wrong. The blame lies with the book thief, and their punishment will be 10 times worse than stealing my book.
Like Paimon
I
said.
don't mean to be repeating myself or belabor the point, but I cannot believe that I spent like 2/3 of my shift on this stream.
And this was supposed to be one of your busy days, wasn't it?
I know. I actually did manage to get a fair few cases done, like in the morning before we started at, I think 11 or just after 11 a.m.
For us to follow.
So I could argue that I've got my productivity in. I just did it all in the first half of the day. I front-loaded it,
I always thought
so I could come here and watch your excellent stream.
Proximity is very strong. Why not?
elemental
So like, just throwing it out there, how viable would it be for you to do a shitload of work in the first half of the day and then at like 11 or 12 join stream?
Some days certainly more than others. When I don't have meetings, then certainly.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I'm happy to come on sometimes. I can't make any promises because how busy it is totally depends, or if I have to come into the office rather than work from home. But I'm happy to come in and commentate. This has been fun.
Mental traces, it does seem likely that the book was stolen.
So Donna didn't do anything wrong after all.
It's
forbidden section, getting all Harry Potter.
I'm sure you'd like to explore her forbidden section.
You're not wrong. It wouldn't just be the pages getting opened.
You want to take a look at that index, table of contents even?
Exactly. Just get a glimpse of that glossary.
I'm sure you want to put a mark in that book.
Oh my god.
This is us. I mean, my name is literally Yowie Church. What were you expecting?
I don't know what I was expecting.
Follow my lead.
The elemental traces are strong here, but it seems our thief did not stay for long. The trail keeps going. Let's keep looking.
What was that?
Oh, sorry, that was just me like whistling sort of to myself. Sorry. I'm just about to properly join you because I am now turning off my work laptop.
Yep.
There we go.
So, do you reckon Goro is the cutest boy in the game?
That is so hard to decide. I think he might be. Him or Razor. Might be Razor.
I think Goro wins personally. Razor has the head pat idle animation, which is adorable.
But Goro's got a lot.
But the
Goro's got those
personality...
ears and the tufts. Yeah, and the personality, yeah. I mean, are we just talking about characters you've unlocked, or just generally? Because if you're ones you've unlocked, I agree. Otherwise, you could chuck in like Diluc or Venti.
I don't know, Diluc seems very Sasuke angry top from the very limited experience I've got.
And I think when he joins you, he'll probably be a little bit tsundere. Like, I think he's going to be a little bit like that.
It must be nearby. Using elemental sight, you can even detect...
I mean, do you agree that he's a bit like Tsundere's personality, possibly?
I don't know, I've got like a line of dialogue from him ever. I do not know him much.
Yeah.
The one line I've
to be
seen
decent.
so far, he's very tsundere.
Edge.
Like,
Yeah.
edgy. Sasuke.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try and do this as quietly as possible.
Which way am I supposed to be fucking going? There, okay. I've got to do a dungeon? Oh god, okay.
Unlikely to be the work of some nun stealing. Oh, this is more like Musa.
How fast can I do this?
I probably wouldn't, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna try. But it does mean I'm probably gonna be skipping cutscenes and shit.
Yeah.
Recommended level 19.
This world is full of...
Right. How long do you reckon this dungeon will take? Just an approximation.
20 minutes? I'm gonna be cutting it short. This is gonna be tight. I'm speed running here.
Is that so?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright. You speed run, I'm just gonna pop you down for a second.
Yep.
There will be no exceptions.
Why is Lisa on trial? I already own her. or take damage from those things. It's a bit weird to gauge where they are, though.
You've been a naughty boy.
Oh, it's there! Oh, come on. Shit. Boom, challenge completed. Okay. But how do I get through? Final trial.
Hey, look! It's an abyss mate! Lisa was spot on! How did you find this place? It's so well hidden!
I have no interest in finding
After using up all of Lisa's patience, the Abyss Mage loses consciousness. Lol.
Naughty boys who don't do what they're told need a little punishment to keep them in line. This is why I call it troublesome work. We'll just need to find the book ourselves. It should be around here somewhere.
It's the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Paimon remembers that name. Is this the one you were looking for?
That's the one. It's a good thing it isn't damaged. Otherwise...
Otherwise what? Are you telling me you have even more crazy punishments up your sleeve?
I would have probably needed to dish out a little taste of one of my potions in that case. Then again, as I said, it isn't from the restricted section, which is the only reason I would let the average citizen borrow it in the first place. And it doesn't appear to have any abnormal elemental properties, save for the markings I put on it.
Yeah, it seems like just an average storybook.
As far as my duties as a librarian go, my troublesome work is finished. Since this book has piqued your interest, why don't I let you borrow it? There's no time limit for you. I will register you as custodian rather than borrower. This is an exclusive privilege reserved for trusted citizens only.
Lol.
Exclusive privilege? Why does Paimon feel this is just your sneaky way of offloading your troublesome work onto someone else?
Excuse me. Are you in some way dissatisfied with my work? Good.
I'm back.
She zapped a thief full of lightning because naughty boys who don't do what they're told have to get punished. Those are her words.
My work here is done.
Why am I not surprised? One bit.
Why can I already feel you searching up Rule 34 of this character?
Oh, hell yeah. Challenge completed. Easy
Yeah.
peasy.
Boom. As soon as this quest is done, I am stopping the stream.
Nice.
You've returned. The paperwork is done. You are now the custodian of this book.
Thank you, Miss Lisa. But Paimon thinks we're forgetting something. Look, over there on the shelf. Isn't that the Tavat travel guide? And look how many copies there are.
The Tavat Travel Guide is a serial publication. It is not part of the library's formal collection.
Oh,
Take one. Consider it your compensation for being Lisa's little helper today. With you by my side, my troublesome work was a little less dull.
Oh my god. Fucking. I don't get it.
that travel guide was just bait to get us to do a day's work.
I hadn't anticipated that a few routine returns inquiries would take us out of the city, let alone down into some underground ruins. As compensation for dragging you into all this bother, take these souvenirs.
Wow, Lisa went and bought us some special souvenirs.
In fact, they were intended for our next outing. But, never mind. We can discuss next time's activity when the time comes. I hope you are looking forward to it.
Boom.
Easy peasy.
Co-op unlocked. I hit adventure rank 16. Domain
Oh,
of
nice.
Forgery. Take on challenges of the Domain of Forgery to get materials. Co-op. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna quickly check. Ooh, notices. Oh, just that. Okay, let's check archive. Equipment. Got a bunch of new stuff. I'll check this stuff all out tomorrow properly. Yep. Living beings. All these humans. Okay, so I can check all of the guides and, like, logs here. That's cool. Books.
Oh, you're reading these books so quickly.
I know, right? I'm just marking the new marker off them.
No, I get it. Was a joke. This fucking food isn't a joke, though.
Gotta say, one thing I'm not a fan of is the fact that you have to navigate menus with the analog stick. But it's so that they can map shit to the, like, D-pad as well. So that they can map more shit for what's obviously a mobile game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's teleport here to heal. And then we're gonna go straight back. Level 7.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, I have enough to fucking do 8 wishes. Sorry, I'm gonna do one more thing of 10 wishes, and then we're logging off. We're gonna finish here.
Let's do it. Let's end on a high. Let's get him.
Boom. 10. So this is 40 wishes in this event so far.
Nice.
A book, a weapon, another Qinglang. I said that so wrong.
Yeah.
Nah, nothing.
Oh, heartbreaking.
That's okay though.
Yep.
Does mean she gets an upgrade to her constellation though. Boom. And we'll check out what that actually does tomorrow. Okay. I believe I can fly. All the best dog boys can fly. This is scientific fact.
Isn't that Jean? Seems she's talking to someone. Let's let her finish, then go say hi.
which is what has brought us to this point in the first place. If you are unable to promptly deal with the storm terror threat, then leave the defense of Mondstadt to the Fatui. We can put an end to Mondstadt's dragon issues.
Oh, okay.
Bring that monster to the... Monster? Yes. What's your point? I'd expect a more professional attitude from your diplomats. Yet here you are saying you want to put an end to one of the four winds of Mondstadt? I won't have any of this nonsense in front of the Knights of Favonius. It's not as crazy as you make it sound. Fine. That's enough negotiation for today. At this stage, it's simply an amicable exchange of constructive opinions. No, I'll be sure to make thorough notes. Oh, you're back. Thanks for your help. The elemental flow is finally stable. The aftermath of Storm Terror's last attack is finally settled for the moment. However, the pressure from the delegation has become too big to be ignored.
Delegation? From Liyue Harbor or Inazuma City?
Shneznaya. They choose to follow the god of Cryo. Their envoys go by a particular name, the Fatui. Heard of them?
Oh, them? They're super famous. Wait, infamous is more the word.
I don't think killing Storm Terror is the right course of action. The Cryo gods Fatui have always coveted the Animo god's power. I don't believe they have Mondstadt's best interests at heart. What is it? Oh, let us head back to headquarters then. We shouldn't discuss important matters out in the open.
For a tomorrow without tears.
Mondstadt and Snezhnaya are considered the same in status.
Cool.
Mondstadt is independent and does not belong to any
Yeah,
other
the
nation.
nation.
In fact, despite being referred to as a city, Mondstadt is a nation. Though, Snezhnaya's Fatui are known to be the most aggressive diplomats in Tibet.
Makes sense given the tone of that woman just now. So rude.
This will be interesting.
Company, fall in!
I'll watch your back. This will be interesting.
I'll bring my seasonings.
Boom. Well, that
Boom.
was it for today's stream. I'm going to leave it there, and tomorrow we're going to start covering the story more, whether that's with Mirth Mouser, with Loopy Australia, or both, even. Who knows, maybe we can make that happen.
Oh my god.
I look forward to tomorrow, and I hope you guys had fun with this stream. Do you have any passing words, Loopy?
No. Thank you for having me on. This is the first time I've ever been on Twitch, so I appreciate you letting me add my color commentary. Hopefully it wasn't too colorful.
That's alright. Anyway, thank you everyone. We're gonna call it a day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!
See you guys. Bye.